Chapter 581. Wei Ci opened it and read it. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. His dark eyes were filled with some joy. He passed the scroll to Fengzhen, who was closest to him. Fengzhen leaned on his shoulder as if he had no bones. He wanted to put all his strength on him. Wei Ci poked him with the bamboo scroll. Everyone's eyes shifted to Fengzhen. Only then did the latter secretly curse Wei Ci for being sinister. He took it and opened it. Fengzhen raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he did not have the ability to predict the future, judging from Jiang Pingji and Wei Ci's attitudes, he could probably guess something. Something happened to the horse farm in the north borderline. Fengzhen did not know about the horse plague, but he vaguely figured out the truth when he read the contents of the scroll. Yang Si said, "What? Something happened to the horse farm in the north borderline." With that, his suspicious gaze fell on Wei Ci. He suddenly remembered that this guy had once kept him guessing. Everyone was deeply worried about Princess Anyina's death. They were afraid that the three tribes of the north borderline would use this as an excuse to attack the unstable Dongqing. Only Wei Ci was confident and not worried at all. He even had the attitude of watching a good show. Could it be that he already knew? Yang Si took the scroll from Fengzhen's hands and read the contents quickly. The more he read, the more confused he became. It only says that the horse farm in the north borderline is heavily guarded. There is no other information. Why are you so sure that something happened to the horse farm? It could be that the north borderline has drawn up a battle plan and increased the security of the horse farm to prevent enemy spies. You must know that the horse farm is the lifeline of the north borderline. Could it be that you evil people deliberately went to the north borderline to add something to the feed of the war horses? The north borderline relied too much on cavalry. The ratio of infantry to cavalry was 1:2 or even higher. They wanted to make the entire army cavalry. If the cavalry did not have powerful war horses, could they still be considered cavalry? The horse farm in the north borderline was considered an important strategic resource for the three tribes of the north borderline. If something happened here, the combat power of the cavalry would be almost useless. It was not that the cavalry did not have the ability to fight without horses, but that the cavalry of the north borderline was more inclined to fight on horseback. Without war horses, the north borderline army would not have any advantage when fighting against the Dongqing army. They might even be at a disadvantage because of Dongqing cities. It was not that Yang Si could not see the trick. He just could not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. Not long ago, the north borderline was still sharpening their knives to conquer Dongqing. Immediately after, something happened to the horse farm and the war horses. Wasn't this a joke? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Jing Rong, you must be joking. The stables in the north borderline are heavily guarded. If I had the ability to tamper with the horse's feed, why didn't I just send someone to assassinate the king of the northern borderline? This is just my guess. Whether it's true or not, we just need to wait patiently." Yang Si frowned. Recalling Wei Ci's previous attitude, he felt that this matter was not that simple. Jiang Pingji and Wei Ci had the same temperament. Their habit of keeping people in suspense made people want to beat her up. Yang Si put on a fake smile and said, "Magistrate Liu is so confident. Something must have really happened to the Beijiang stud farm." In the time it took to speak, the letter had already been circulated among the crowd. They were more inclined to Yang Si's view. The reason why the Northern Kingdom increased their surveillance of the horse farm might be to guard against spies from other countries. As for an accident at the stud farm, what were the chances of that happening? He always felt that things couldn't be so coincidental. The northern borderline was about to send troops south, and the cavalry was crippled. However, there was no shortage of coincidences in the world. The king of the northern borderline angrily rejected Wu Libao's suggestion to slaughter the mares. Instead, he hoped that the veterinarians could control the horse plague. In the end, there were warhorses dying of illness every day. Batches of pregnant horses died. The atmosphere in the northern borderline's royal court became more solemn by the day. It was previously said that the incubation period of the horse plague was related to the host's physical fitness. Pregnant horses and foals were the easiest to be infected. Naturally, the first to break out of the horse plague were also the pregnant horses and foals. Even though the northern borderline had been wealthy all these years, they were still shocked by the large-scale horse plague. The horse farm was not only related to the lifeline of the northern borderline's army, but it was also related to their economic lifeline. Every time they lost a pregnant horse or foal, their losses would increase greatly. In less than half a month, the number of dead mares had reached a terrifying 2,500, and the foals were even more severely injured. At this time, the king of the northern borderline could no longer hold on. He chose to follow the wise man Wu Libao's suggestion and slaughter the horses that had come into contact with the sick horses. However, it was too late. Other than the horses in the horse farm having problems, the ordinary horses of the herdsmen were also showing signs of illness. Upon receiving the news, even though the king of the northern borderline was used to seeing storms, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Report: when it rains, it pours. When a ship is late, it is hit by a headwind. There was no worst, only worse. Sick horses were found in the warhorse stables. What? The king of the northern borderline was shocked. He slammed the table and stood up. Who knew that his movement was too fast and the scene in front of him was unclear? The officials' eyes were filled with fear. One by one, they stepped forward to support the king's strong body that had collapsed. If the horse plague had only spread in the horse farm, the northern borderline could have covered up the news. However, the source of the disease was insects and flies. The people did not notice that these small things carried the source of the horse plague. How could they prevent it? When the herding horses of ordinary farmers also discovered the same illness, the news could no longer be hidden. Chongzhou and the northern borderline shared a border. Lu Shi was the first to receive the news. War horses, dying in large numbers. Lu Shi was so shocked that he could not speak. The secret agent said, "Yes, this news can no longer be hidden. The number of warhorses dying from the disease is increasing every day. It is said that the sick warhorses often die from the disease. The mortality rate is extremely high. My lord, there are many warhorses in Chongzhou. Should we take precautions? If the horse plague was allowed to spread to Chongzhou, they would not even have the strength to cry." The northern borderline occupied the horse farms with abundant grass and bred countless warhorses. However, the warhorses in Dongqing came from Cangzhou. Cangzhou was under the control of the Mangs. No one knew what was wrong with the Mangs. In recent years, they had been finding trouble with Lu Shi and competing with him. In Dongqing, if one wanted warhorses, one could not offend the Mangs. Therefore, Lu Shi, who had offended the Mangs, could not get his hands on the Cangzhou warhorses. The warhorses in Chongzhou all came from the northern borderline. If these precious warhorses died from the disease, they could only rely on their two legs to fight in the future. Lu Shi deliberated and said, "Of course, we must not let the sick horses enter the country. This matter, send a secret letter to inform Lanting." A large number of warhorses from the northern borderline dying from the disease was a good thing for Dongqing. Lu Shi was the magistrate of Chongzhou. If the northern borderline attacked Dongqing, the first place they would take care of would be Chongzhou. One could imagine how much pressure he would be under. Now, with the blessing of their ancestors, the northern borderline had met with bloody misfortune. Lu Shi felt that he could not help but laugh out loud in his bed in the middle of the night. Of course, was the misfortune of the northern borderline over just like that? Chapter 582. The three tribes of the northern borderline were originally scattered in the form of many ethnic groups and tribes. They chased after rivers and herded horses. There were always disputes and fights between each tribe. Later, a tribe suddenly rose up with the support of the last emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. It took decades for them to unify the major tribes of the northern borderline. This powerful tribe was the Chang tribe. It was said that they were the remaining descendants of the Changwu tribe. They were the most powerful, populous, and wealthy tribe among the three tribes of the northern borderline. The royal court of the three tribes of the northern borderline was different from the Central Plains. The power structure was even more complicated. If it was the royal court of the Central Plains, if the emperor was muddle-headed and immoral, the people would mostly choose to tolerate it. If the ministers could not persuade them, they would mostly turn a blind eye or do whatever the emperor wanted. But in the northern borderline, the situation was different. If the king of the royal court was incapable, the elders of the three tribes had the right to use their respective powers to depose him and elect a new king. Wu Liba had long suggested to the king of the royal court to slaughter the Maras that had come into contact with the Fergana horses of Shalan, but the king had hoped for a fluke. As a result, the horse plague had enough time to spread and cause immeasurable losses to the major horse farms. Who was to blame for this? Before the king of the northern borderline consolidated the horse farms, the major horse farms were owned by the prominent nobles of the northern borderline. The nobles were willing to let the horse farms be under the control of the royal court because it was profitable. Now that the king's wrong decision had caused them to suffer such a huge loss, how could the powerful nobles take it lying down? When the news of Lu Shi reached the Xiangyang district, the three tribes of the northern borderline were already fighting amongst themselves. The prestige of the royal court had suffered a huge blow. Jiang Pingji wore a slightly thicker hemp garment. She sat by the ridge of the field and wore a bamboo hat to block the sun. Although there was a drought this year, the harvest was good. Last year, when the Xiangyang district was conquered, a large amount of wasteland was cultivated in one go. Almost every household was given more than 10 mu. After experiencing the joy of the harvest, the people were burning straw to make the fields more fertile. Jiang Pingji listened to the secret report quietly and looked up at the sky. It was nearing the end of autumn. According to previous years, the first snow should have fallen. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "Don't worry. When the first snow falls, the horse plague in the northern borderline will be suppressed. However, the losses that have already occurred cannot be recovered. Tell father that if he has the ability, he should try his best to sow discord within the northern borderline. The great king of the northern borderline has made a serious mistake in his policies, causing huge losses to many aristocratic horse farms. I think he is also full of bruises now, right?" During that time, Jiang Pingji was either busy at the carpentry workshop or working in the fields. The audience in the streaming room thought she was going to change her profession. Now that Lu Shi's secret envoy had arrived, everyone seemed to be on steroids. Inian Chu Zhong, ha 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 ha. I can laugh at this joke for a year. The three tribes of the north borderline wanted to invade Dongqing, but God didn't give them face and coldly threw them a horse plague. Great, now even the king of the imperial court will be chased down. Stir-fried mushroom, the three tribes of the north borderline don't even have the right time, yet they still have the courage to attack Dongqing. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. But now, the horse plague had come, and the warhorses were dying one after another. I have checked with Baidu. Ha ha ha, the ancient warhorses are really expensive. The horse farms of the north borderline were almost wiped out. How much money did they lose? Lori Yingtiangqiang, no, they did lose a lot of warhorses, which are very expensive when converted into money. But you have to know that warhorses are not currency, nor are they liquid funds. The losses of the 3 tribes of the North Borderline were actually not that huge. If the warhorses of the North Borderline could be sold, the price to others would definitely be high, but it can't be said that the warhorses were worth that much. The 3 tribes of the North Borderline owned horse farms of all sizes, and they had the final say on the price. Outsiders didn't know the actual cost of a warhorse. Jin Tian Kaiahizi, that's true. We calculated their losses based on the price of the warhorses. If we calculated it based on the cost, the losses would definitely not be as big as we thought. But it shouldn't be much different. Anyway, it was a huge loss. Shidama Jinji, am I the only one who is worried that if the streamer attacks the North Borderline in the future, how will the horse plague be solved? Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen of the live stream. The secret messenger had already left. She seemed to be daydreaming, but in fact, she was sending a bullet screen in the live stream room. Streamer V, after listening to the secret messenger's report, I can more or less guess how the horse plague spread. It is most likely related to mosquitoes and insects. The source of the horse plague came from near Shalan. The climate there was humid and hot. There was no frost or snow in 4 seasons, and it was mostly spring or summer. If mosquitoes and insects were the source of transmission, then when the weather turned completely cold and snow covered the earth, the horse plague would naturally be suppressed. There were only a few ways for the source of transmission. After Jiang Pingji ruled out all the ways of transmission, she targeted the mosquitoes and insects that were more common on the grasslands. Although there was no conclusive evidence for this guess, she trusted her own judgment more. If it was airborne, even if the source of the disease had a very long incubation period, the horse plague would be concentrated in a few days and spread throughout the grasslands of the North Borderline. The results proved that this was not the case. The horse plague spread in all directions in the form of radiation infection. The speed of transmission was not fast, but it was not slow either. The audience in the live stream room suddenly realized something. Scarlet Starry Sky, I feel that this horse plague is a bit like the African horse plague, but the incubation period is longer and the fatality rate is higher. Heroes of the Storm, anyway, it's good that the streamer knows what to do. We'd better watch the show quietly. At that moment, an audience member suddenly raised a question. Noonling, I suddenly thought of something. Little White also came from the North Borderline. Could there be a source of the horse plague? Everyone was anxious at the thought of such a handsome and well-behaved star horse suddenly dying. Streamer V, Little White is in good condition. It's fine. The manager of the treasure house told Jiang Pingji that he had bought a snow-white fine warhorse and wanted to present it to her. At that time, Jiang Pingji carefully inquired about some details. After making sure that Little White was fine, she asked the groom to throw Little White into White's VIP stable. The manager of the treasure house left the North Borderline with Little White. He deliberately took a detour to reach Xiangyang district, which took more than a month. If Little White was sick, he would have died on the way. How could he reach Xiangyang district safely? There were burning straws everywhere in the fields. Jiang Pingji got up and put on her wooden clogs. At that moment, Liyun also returned from his patrol. There was a simple smile on his face, which attracted the attention of many young ladies. My lord, Jiang Pingji nodded, indicating that it was time to leave. Liyun was so happy that he showed his white teeth. I thought there would be no harvest due to the drought this year. I didn't expect it to be a year with a small bumper harvest. He checked the harvesting situation of each household's fields. The food was enough to feed the people of Fengyi County. Chapter 583. It's a small harvest. We should go back and celebrate. The way to celebrate was nothing more than gathering to eat barbecued meat or hot pot. The guest house had already opened branches in the other 3 counties, but the people there had just settled down and business was slow. The guest house in Xiangyang district was full. The weather was getting colder by the day, so the guest house launched a hot pot and barbecue series that was very popular. The people only cared about food, clothing, for dishes, and soup, but Jiang Pingji and the others had to consider more far-reaching things. For example, how should they conquer Wanzhou next year? Wanzhou consisted of Fengyi County, Qingde County, and Xiangyang County. All 4 counties of Fengyi County were in Jiang Pingji's hands. The imperial court could not protect itself and had no time to care about the north. The chief of Fengyi County had been rebuked by Jiang Pingji. He did not have the guts to ask her for Fengyi County. Qingde County was in the hands of the Red Lotus Group, but after the drought in summer, the situation there was also precarious. No matter how good the Red Lotus Group was at brainwashing, they could not stop the increasing number of refugees. The population loss in Fengyi County was extremely serious. Finally, there was Xiangyang County. Speaking of Xiangyang County, Feng Jin had to be mentioned because he was from there. Shangjing used to be a part of Xiangyang County. Before Dongqing established its capital, Shangjing also belonged to Xiangyang County. Later, Dongqing moved its capital to Qinzhou, so Shangjing naturally belonged to Xiangyang County again. After experiencing the earthquake last summer, the north suffered heavy losses and was continuously ravaged by the Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus Group. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a living hell with starving people everywhere. The roadside was littered with bones and it was unbearable to look at them. Qingde County is controlled by the Red Lotus Group. Xiangyang County has yet to fall into the hands of any party. After all, the Feng family was one of the 4 noble families of Dongqing. Naturally, they had troops. They did not have many people, but there were 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Their combat power was considerable. Coupled with their local reputation, when the Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus Group were plundering everywhere, the Feng family had already thought of ways to mobilize the people to defend the city. They had money, food, and resources. The Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus Group did not see eye to eye. They held each other back. In the end, none of them had a way to conquer Xiangyang County. Now, although the people in Xiangyang County were living hard, their situation was much better than the refugees outside. Yang Si glanced at Feng Jin and said, "Is my lord planning to attack Xiangyang County?" After he finished speaking, Feng Jin's brows furrowed imperceptibly, as if he disagreed. Jiang Pingji said, "Let's use peaceful means before resorting to force. We have to take it down eventually. Peaceful measures before resorting to violence." This was really strange. Didn't His Majesty like to go to war at the slightest disagreement? Wei Ci was also in a meeting at the government office. He glanced at Feng Jin. Jiang Pingji was willing to use peaceful means before resorting to force, mostly because she considered Feng Jin's feelings. Feng Zhen looked at Feng Jin with a faint smile and asked Jiang Pingji, "I wonder if my lord has a suitable candidate in mind?" Without waiting for Jiang Pingji to speak, Feng Jin stepped forward and said, "Jin is willing to go to Xiangyang County." Jiang Pingji nodded in agreement. There was indeed no one more suitable than Feng Jin for this matter. If they could take down Xiangyang County without fighting, that would be for the best. But if they couldn't get through talking, then they could only resort to violence. Her goal was Xiangyang County, and she was determined to get it. If they could take down the entire territory of Wanzhou, it would be bordering Hu County, which was connected to Chongzhou. The Lu family's power would be able to help each other. If they could not take down Xiangyang County, it would be equivalent to cutting off a tail. When the time came and they were outflanked, they would be in a passive position. Feng Jin also knew the importance of this matter, so he had to think of a way to convince his father at home. Although the county chief of Xiangyang County was not a member of the Feng family, he was not far from it. The Feng family's attitude could decide where Xiangyang County would go. The power in the north of Dongqing was being reshuffled again. In the south, Prince Changshu and the Emperor were also embroiled in a fierce battle. Prince Changshu originally thought that he could use the power of the three tribes of the northern borderline to completely conquer Qinzhou, but he didn't expect that the northern borderline, who had promised him, would suddenly stand him up. God knew how long Prince Changshu had been consoling himself before he agreed to the three tribes of the northern borderline. If they wanted women, cities, grains, gold, and silver, he endured his anger and disgust and agreed, but the three tribes of the northern borderline stood him up. I have a sentence, but I don't know if I should say it. When Prince Changshu received the news that the northern borderline had stood him up, he almost vomited blood. There was another matter that worried him even more. They came from Jiangzhou to attack Qinzhou, so along the way, there was a grain team that supplied them with rations. Prince Changshu had long had the intention to betray them, so he had made ample preparations for the war. But no matter how ample he was, he didn't expect Qinzhou to be able to hold out for a year and a half under the attack of his army. Qinzhou could obtain rations locally, but their army had to transport rations from Jiangzhou. Unfortunately, there was a drought this summer, and most of the crops had withered. The grains harvested in autumn were less than 30% of the previous years. The people didn't even have enough for themselves, so how could they pay the heavy grain tax to supply the army? Therefore, Prince Changshu's army was once again faced with a shortage of rations. The rations supplied by the grain team were getting lesser and lesser. In the past, the soldiers would split up twice or even thrice a day. Now, they split up once a day, and cooking rice became cooking porridge. If they still couldn't conquer Qinzhou, Prince Changshu would have to bring his troops and scram back to his fief in Jiangzhou. When the emperor recovered and gathered Dongqing's troops to besiege Jiangzhou, it would be the day of Prince Changshu's death. A group of strategists and generals were frowning. Prince Changshu's temper was getting worse by the day. Everyone was frightened and jittery. No, this can't go on. Prince Changshu hadn't slept for 2 days, and he had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. His hundreds of thousands of lions definitely had no problem in terms of combat power. If Yang Si hadn't tricked him before he left, he would already be sitting on the throne and being called, "Long live the Emperor." Why would he be worrying about rations in the military tent? Thinking of Yang Si, who was full of lies, Prince Changshu gnashed his teeth in hatred. At first, he felt guilty towards Yang Si, but later, he realized that this person had caused such a huge trouble for him. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The people in Qinzhou also discovered Prince Changshu's predicament of a shortage of rations. They were both happy and worried. Happy. As long as they held out for a while, Prince Changshu would have no choice but to retreat due to a shortage of rations. Worried. Not only was Prince Changshu lacking rations, but there was also a shortage of rations in Qinzhou. Both sides were starving. Now, it was just a matter of who would give up first. If the stalemate continued, both sides could still grind it out, but someone had to interfere at this time. When he heard the news, Prince Changshu was sitting in his tent and throwing a tantrum. A messenger came in from outside and he almost vented his anger on him. The messenger was chased out. The flattering middle-aged strategist was just about to see Prince Changshu. When he saw the anxious messenger outside the tent, he couldn't help but ask. Then, his eyes lit up as he listened. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. My lord is overjoyed. What's the cause of the joy?" Prince Changshu asked impatiently. Chapter 584. The Meng family of Zhangzhou. The four noble families of Dongqing were the Feng family of Xiangyang, the Wang family of Langye, the Xia family of Yuning, and the Meng family of Zhangzhou. The Feng family of Xiangyang were mostly upright, and the number of troops they had was no more than 3,000 to 4,000. The Wang family of Langya was also an upright and noble family. More than 10 years ago, they went into seclusion and disappeared without a trace. Their clansmen rarely showed themselves outside. The Xia family of Gongning were mostly talented in both literature and martial arts. They had been nobles since the Xia dynasty. Only the Meng family of Zhangzhou held a large number of troops and was trusted by the emperor. The house of the Count of Zhenbei had great merits and had been weakened by the Dongqing emperor using various methods to seize their military power. A few years ago, the house of the Count of Zhenbei had led troops to aid the Nanqing kingdom. However, the military supervisor had a grudge against the house of the Count of Zhenbei, resulting in heavy casualties among the troops. Today, the house of the Count of Zhenbei had long fallen into dire straits. In order to stabilize the situation at the border, the emperor put the Meng family of Zhangzhou in an important position, which made the powerful Meng family of Zhangzhou even more arrogant and insufferably arrogant. How arrogant were they? A few years ago, when the people in Zhangzhou were in chaos, the emperor did not reprimand the Meng family. Instead, he allowed them to kill the rioters and fight violence with violence. Logically speaking, the Meng family of Zhangzhou should be the #1 confidant of the emperor. Why would they come here? Prince Changshu used what was left of his brain to ponder for a while. The anger in his heart subsided slightly. He tidied up his appearance and sat on the seat of honor. Hurry and welcome the emissary. The middle-aged strategist answered flatteringly. Not long after, the sound of clothes rubbing against each other could be heard from outside. The footsteps sounded a little hurried. The door curtain was lifted, and a man with an ordinary face walked in. He looked so ordinary that if he was thrown into a sea of people, he would be lost. His clothes were patched with many patches. Prince Changshu pretended to be deep in thought and put on airs for a while. After a while, he asked, "Tell me, what is the Meng family's motive?" As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. After Prince Changshu was tricked by Yang Si, he would no longer easily believe the words of scholars. The Mengs of Zhangzhou were the confidants of the emperor of Dongqing. All the children in Dongqing knew about this. Would Prince Changshu believe that the Meng family of Zhangzhou suddenly betrayed them? The Meng family's messenger bowed respectfully and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, as the saying goes, an honest man does not resort to insinuations. I will not deliberately keep you in suspense. My master wishes to discuss the world affairs with Prince. I wonder if Prince is interested in sitting down and having a detailed discussion." Prince Changshu's heart skipped a beat and a mocking look appeared on his face. Why were there always people in the world who treated him like a fool and deceived him? He said harshly, "Who in this world doesn't know that your master is my good second brother's loyal dog? Who would believe your words?" The Meng family's emissary's expression changed drastically. Nowadays, the aristocratic families were powerful. Even if the 4 noble families retired one after another, the entire political situation of Dongqing was still in the hands of the aristocratic families. The emperor and the royal family were more like puppets in the hands of the aristocratic families. Not only did Prince Changshu not treat him with courtesy, but he also called the Meng family the emperor's lackeys. It was infuriating. However, the Meng's emissary was here on a mission. Naturally, he would not fall out with them easily. His heart sank, and he said, "As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a virtuous minister chooses a master to serve. My master wants to discuss important matters with your Highness, so he naturally thinks highly of you. The emperor is muddle-headed. Now, the northern borderline is watching covetously from the outside, and there are traitors inside who are causing trouble for the people. Instead of making progress, he indulges in sensual pleasures, killing loyal ministers, virtuous ministers, and good ministers, and allowing traitors to control the court. Such a muddle-headed person is definitely not the emperor. Prince Changsho sat at the seat of honor and listened. At first, he was a little careless, but as the Meng's emissary continued, he gradually became moved. Could it be that the Mengs of Zhangzhou were really planning to abandon darkness for light and help him ascend the throne? But why would the Mengs help him? It must be because he had something to gain from an aristocratic family that pursued fame and wealth. What Prince Changsho could give to the Mengs, could the Emperor of Dongqing not? No matter how the people outside cursed the Emperor for being muddle-headed and incompetent, he was still the legitimate Emperor, while Prince Changsho was a traitor who wanted to force the Emperor to abdicate and rebel in the name of purging the Emperor. Or could it be that the Mengs of Zhangzhou were no longer as glorious as before, and wanted to seek merit to help the Emperor? Prince Changsho's eyes flickered, and he was faintly moved. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Your master isn't someone who likes to suffer losses. What benefits does he get by helping me overthrow the Emperor? Merit to help the Emperor. No matter how great the merit was, could it help the Mengs of Zhangzhou advance? The god of war, Meng Jing, was the ancestor of the Mengs. He paved the way for his descendants, allowing the Mengs to flourish until today. What kind of place was the stud farm that bred warhorses? It was a national treasure, but the Emperor had handed the stud farm of Dongqing, Zhangzhou, to the Mengs. What kind of trust was that? What kind of glory was that? Even if the Mengs had merit to help the Emperor, they couldn't advance further, unless Prince Changsho gave up the throne that he was about to obtain. Thinking of this, the joy in Prince Changsho's heart vanished, and he became even more vigilant against the emissary of the Mengs. The emissary of the Mengs said, "My master doesn't have any evil intentions. He just wants to help your highness get back what belongs to you. Of course, if you're willing to give the heads of the Lus to my master after this is done, that would be the best." Prince Changsho was shocked. The heads of the Lus. The Mengs of Zhangzhou had turned to him, and their ultimate goal was to destroy the Lus. Did the Mengs and the Lus have a deep grudge against each other? The emissary said arrogantly, "It is the Lus of Hejin." Prince Changsho's heart was pounding, and he asked, "The Lus of Hejin? Do you mean the Lus of Chongzhou's magistrate Lu Shi?" The emissary asked in return, "Other than the Lus in Hejin, are there any other branches?" It looked like they were targeting Lu Shi and the others. Prince Changsho's heart settled, and he asked in confusion, "Your master is willing to help me because of the heads of the Lus? What did the Lus do to the Mengs of Zhangzhou that they had such a deep grudge against each other?" Of course. The emissary maintained his arrogance. "If your highness doesn't believe me, you can pretend that this discussion never happened." In order to defend Qinzhou, the Emperor of Dongqing borrowed troops from the Mengs of Zhangzhou and issued 19 edicts. The leader of the Mengs, Meng Zhan, agreed to send troops and transfer military power, but he had a condition. After defeating Prince Changsho, the imperial family had to pay with the heads of the Lus. Unfortunately, the emperor had an influential imperial noble consort Hui Jun by his side. The emperor tricked the Mengs' 20,000 troops into coming over, but he was vague about the Mengs' request. Meng Zhan then sent the emissary to make a deal with Prince Changsho. Prince Changsho's intuition told him that this was an opportunity for him to get close to the throne. However, he still wanted to know the grudge between the Mengs and the Lus. Only by understanding this could he judge the sincerity of the Mengs. It was a pity that the emissary refused to say anything. He was like a gourd with its mouth cut off, and his lips were tightly sealed. Prince Changsho could only agree on the surface to calm the emissary, and secretly send his subordinates to investigate the grudge between the two clans. Chapter 585. The Mengs and the Lus didn't have a grudge. Of course there was, and it was an irreconcilable grudge. When Meng Liang died, Meng Zhan saw him die. He vomited blood several times. After the funeral, he fell ill and was bedridden. When he finally recovered, he felt that Meng Liang's death was very strange. He knew Meng Hun very well. Even though he was promoted to the county military officer of Meng County, Meng Hun never changed. He was honest and didn't have the ability to set up a trap, not to mention provoking him several times with the word bitch in his words. Not only that, but the ambush also required a lot of manpower. When Meng Hun escaped from Meng County, he brought a lot of people with him, but they were all defeated soldiers. Along the way, some died and some were injured. How could they have the ability to annihilate the elites of the Meng family? When Meng Zhan was recuperating, he thought it was not that simple. There must be a mastermind behind Meng Hun. Just as he recovered from his illness, he sent someone to Hejin County to investigate carefully. But Meng County in Song Prefecture was very far from Hejin County. It was too slow to send information back and forth every month. By the time Meng Zhan shifted his suspicion to Lu Shi had already become the General Evaluation Officer in Shangjing. He had stepped down from his position as the county chief of Hu County and was promoted to the Chongzhou magistrate. Right after the evaluation ended, he immediately took up his post and went to the border of Dongqing. One in the south and the other in the north. What about Meng Hun? Meng Hun had already taken thousands of troops to Chongzhou to avoid trouble. He just missed the Meng spies. Meng Zhan wanted to attack the Lus to test Lu Shi's reaction. After all, he had no evidence to prove that Lu Shi was the culprit behind Meng Hun's murder. But the Lus in Hejin only had ordinary people. Most importantly, Lu Shi was in Chongzhou and his son was studying in Langya County. Coincidentally, the emperor had suppressed the house of Count Jinbei. The empty military power needed a confidant. The Mengs became the best choice. It also diverted Meng Zhan's attention. Until half a year ago, Meng Zhan received news that there was a fierce general in Fengyi County named Meng Hun who led the army to attack Maolin County. Meng Hun. He wasn't dead. Meng Zhan acted as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He quickly sent people to investigate. It took a few days before he finally found something. Meng Hun was still the same Meng Hun. He used to be the commandant of Meng County, but now he was the commandant of Lu Shi's vanguard battalion. Who was Lu Shi? He was Lu Shi's only son. Who was Meng Hun? The culprit who killed Meng Liang, toyed with Cangzhou, and swindled the grain. With the two of them together, Meng Zhan didn't need any evidence to conclude that the culprit behind Meng Liang's murder was Lu Shi. It had been 4 or 5 years, and he could not forget his son's murder. Whenever he thought of his precious son being bled to death and his corpse lying in a cold coffin, he could not let go of his hatred. Although he and Lu Shi had an affair, how could he be so cruel as to kill Meng Liang? Meng Liang was as important to Meng Zhan as Lu Shi was to Lu Shi. The hatred of his son's murder was absolutely irreconcilable. Meng Zhan originally wanted to stay away from the war between the emperor and Prince Changshu, but now he wanted to get involved. He wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to help one side win the war. Then he could attack Lu Shi's entire family. Who knew that the emperor would secretly be bewitched by the concubine even though he had promised? Meng Zhan had no choice but to change his target. He gave up on the emperor and turned to work with Prince Changshu. Lu Shi killed his son, so he wanted to destroy the entire Lu family. The innocent Lu Shi took the blame for Jiang Pingji. But the Mengs were not the only ones who were harmed by Jiang Pingji. Far away in the northern borderline, another storm was brewing. The king of the imperial court was the king of the northern borderline. He had killed his way out of the ordinary royal family and became the king of the northern borderline. He had some tricks up his sleeve. The loss of the horse farm could not be recovered. The large number of dead horses was heart-wrenching. But the most important thing now was to find a way to stabilize the situation and reduce the losses of the tribes and herdsmen. When it came to making up for the losses, money was a must. When it came to money, the managers of the northern borderline all turned pale. In order to resist the foreign merchants and protect the interests of the northern borderline, the king of the imperial court, under the advice of the wise man Wu Liba, formed a business alliance. It not only helped each other but also increased the competitiveness of local businesses. However, there were benefits to an alliance of merchant companies, and naturally, there were certain disadvantages. They saw the value of the colored glass of the heavenly palace. After observing for a while, they united and annexed the stock of Gu Xian's treasure house. They were ready to learn from Gu Xian's methods of waiting to be valued and hunger marketing. They wanted to maximize the rarity of the colored glass of the heavenly palace. But before they could make much money, the horse plague broke out. Then, there was the tragic death of the horses and the loss of the horse farm. Now, they needed real money to make up for the losses. They were shocked to find that the gold, silver, and copper coins they had were less than a quarter of what they usually had. The northern borderline was indeed rich, but most of their money came from various shops, horse farms, war horses, stallions, pony caravans, and precious goods. If these things were converted into gold, silver, and jewelry, the northern borderline's business would be as rich as a country. But when it came to real money, clap, 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 where's the money? Did someone embezzle it? The head manager slammed the table. He was so angry that his beard was about to fly off. The junior manager trembled and stammered, "I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 10 guts." The head manager was so angry that he snatched the accounts from the other party and read them quickly. The accounts were all correct, but where did the money of their business go? Reading to the end, the head manager's face turned green and he said helplessly, "Think of a way to sell the colored glass of the heavenly palace." The junior manager hurriedly said, "But," the head manager interrupted him, "No buts. The most important thing now is to take out a sum of money. The people at the top need it." Everyone knew that the colored glass of the heavenly palace was extremely precious. Gold and precious stones didn't dare to compete with it. In a few years, it might be even more expensive. After all, they had cheated Gu Xian at 30% of the price. Even if they sold it at the original market price, they would still make a profit. Not only would they not lose money, but they could also make a lot of money. Everyone knew the reason, but they didn't have enough time. They couldn't wait. They had no choice but to sell the colored glass of the heavenly palace in exchange for real money. At this time, they discovered a very embarrassing thing. Most of the ladies in the northern borderline were of noble birth. Most of the businesses were run by these ladies' maiden families. When they bought the colored glass of the heavenly palace, they didn't give them gold, silver, or jewelry at all. Instead, they recorded it, owed it, took it directly. What's more, they said they were buying it with money, but they directly used the business's money to pay for it. What was the difference between this and putting money in one's left pocket into one's right pocket? Among them, Wu Liba's wife was the most generous. She bought 10 sets of jewelry in one go. However, the business didn't get a single cent. Instead, they got a stack of promissory notes. Chapter 586. What should we do? Seeing the priceless, colored glass of the heavenly palace sold one set after another, but the amount of money they got back was very little. The loophole in the accounts was getting bigger and bigger. The junior manager almost wanted to cry but had no tears. Who didn't know what those rich ladies were like? The merchant alliance was half public and half private. However, to these noble ladies who came from powerful families, it was completely their private property. They would just give some money or write an IOU, which was considered polite. If they didn't stand on ceremony, they would directly ask for it. With the items in the hands of these women, the junior manager didn't even need to think to know that those IOUs couldn't be turned into money. The little steward was extremely worried and told this matter to the chief steward. The chief manager was also full of lawsuits and was in a dilemma. His sister also bought a few sets of colored glass of the Heavenly Palace on credit. He secretly told his sister about it, but she didn't care at all. The chief manager couldn't do anything about it. The rich ladies of the northern borderline were favored. Even if they were married, they still had a high status in their family. These women didn't hesitate to spend money and were even more diligent in taking their own things. The financial loophole of the business was getting bigger and bigger. The junior manager was so worried that his hair was about to turn white. He muttered and complained, "These women are willing to pay for guaxin. I've never seen them write IOUs in the past. Why are they all taking it for free now? They're really not polite," the chief manager said impatiently. Gu Axayan is a businessman from Dongqing. He does business according to the rule of cash and goods. You can't get the goods if you don't pay, but the business is the family of these women. When have you ever seen the Chow family pay their bills properly? The junior manager shrank his neck and said in horror, "But this isn't a solution. If the colored glass of the Heavenly Palace was divided up by these rich ladies, the business would have to pay a large sum of money. If this financial loophole wasn't closed, when the higher-ups checked the accounts, no one could afford to bear the consequences." With no other choice, the chief manager could only think of a solution that wasn't really a solution. On the surface, they said that the colored glass of the Heavenly Palace had been sold out, but in private, they sold it at a lower price than the average price to a noblewoman of a slightly lower status. These noblewomen all had one thing in common: their maiden families were not involved in the business, or their status in the business was not high. Even though they were selling at a low price, the price they set was still more than double the original price of the purchase. There were many rich ladies in the northern borderline. In the past, the colored glass of the Heavenly Palace was almost monopolized by the first-class ladies. Others couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. But now, there was illegal goods delivered to their doorstep. The price was also reasonable, far lower than the highest value in their hearts, so they bought it with a wave of their hands. Thus, the firm successfully sold a batch of colored glass of the Heavenly Palace and made a lot of money every day. If everything went smoothly, when all the inventory was sold, the financial hole could be closed. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to one's wishes. Just as the situation was looking good, something happened to the prodigal woman at home. It all started at a banquet. The azure glass of the Heavenly Palace had almost become the standard for the high-class ladies of the northern borderline. It symbolized great wealth and power. Every time they went out to meet guests, they had to wear a set. When they found out that the firm also had a lot of colored glass of the Heavenly Palace, they couldn't contain their joy and changed a set every day. This banquet was no exception. The three tribes of the northern borderline had a strict racial division. There was a clear hierarchy among them, and no one was allowed to overstep their authority. Wu Liba's wife was undoubtedly the cream of the crop among all the ladies. As the first lady, what she hated the most were those pretentious Central Plains women and those female slaves who used their looks to please others. No one would have thought that she would disregard her bearing and directly scratch the beautiful face of a certain noble's beloved concubine. The concubine was originally sitting in a remote corner talking to someone. When Wu Liba's wife came up to hit her, she didn't even react. Who let a lowly female slave wear the colored glass of the Heavenly Palace? With a body of lowly flesh, do you think you deserve it? Wu Liba's wife grabbed all the jewelry off the concubine's head and ruthlessly threw them on the ground. Glass shards fell all over the ground, and those who were close by were even bounced off. They were so frightened that they subconsciously distanced themselves. After hearing Wu Liba's wife's words, the ladies finally understood what had happened. A female slave's concubine actually dared to wear the same precious, colored glass of the heavenly palace as them. The ladies were furious, but Wu Liba's wife had already gone forward to whip someone, so they didn't interfere. The concubine was also beaten senseless. Wu Liba's wife grabbed her long hair and pressed her to the ground. Her tender face was pressed against the ground, and beads of blood appeared. She was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have worn that precious headgear to show off. Who knew that the women of the northern borderline would be so shrewish and unreasonable? They even dared to hit someone at a banquet hosted by the eldest princess. The one who did it was Wu Liba's wife. Her maiden family was powerful, and her husband's family was extremely powerful. This matter was easily brushed off. As for the concubine who was violently beaten, she was really sorry. She was beaten for no reason, and the concubine's husband didn't even say anything. However, this matter didn't end so easily. How could the group of ladies let it go? How could a female slave's concubine have the wealth to wear the expensive, colored glass of the heavenly palace? Especially the wife of the concubine's husband. When she returned home, she almost flipped the whole house upside down. After investigating, they found out that the colored glass of the heavenly palace was sold at half the normal price, and all of them were sold by the trading company. At this moment, the ladies were completely in an uproar. The business that had just taken a turn for the better was instantly cut off again. The chief steward of the trading company was so angry that his teeth itched. Helpless, they could only find another way out. They prepared to sell the colored glass of the heavenly palace to Dongqing. The business in the northern borderline could no longer continue. However, this year, the northern borderline seemed to be unlucky. The trading company had just negotiated a deal, but the traffickers who smuggled it to Dongqing refused to do it. Business has business principles. To go back on one's word like this, the chief steward resisted the urge to vomit blood and patiently negotiated with his business partner. The other party laughed coldly and said mockingly, "The merchants in the northern borderline often mock the merchants in the central plains for being scheming and dishonest in doing business. They boast that they believe in business, but from what I can see, it doesn't seem like much. This so-called colored glass of the heavenly palace is just a cheap item made of gravel. If I hadn't received the news in time, by the time this deal was done, my family would have been forced into a desperate situation." What? A cheap item made of gravel? The chief steward was flustered and exasperated. The colored glass of the heavenly palace in his hands was the real deal. The business deal fell through. The chief steward turned around and felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly sent someone to investigate the situation. The information he received made him dizzy and his brain went blank for a moment. His vision turned black. His brain felt heavy and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The so-called colored glass of the heavenly palace was just a very common glass product in Zhongzhou. Chapter 587. The head steward fainted from anger. Little did he know that Gu Axayan also wanted to explode on the spot. He knelt in front of Jiang Pingji, his eyes filled with guilt. He carried a thorn branch on his back and asked for her forgiveness. Jiang Pingji forcefully helped him up. Her expression was the same as usual. "Uncle Gu, what are you doing? Get up. Do you want to shorten my lifespan?" Gu Axayan seemed to have aged a lot overnight. He could not dissuade Jiang Pingji and could only sit down with a face full of guilt. Feng Jin and the rest were all present. Most of them had seen Gu Axayan before and knew how much he had contributed to Xiangyang County. They were very respectful towards him. "Mr. Gu, what happened on the road? Why are you?" He immediately offered a humble apology. It was as if he hadn't washed himself for many days. He looked extremely disheveled. Where was his calm demeanor from before? Gu Axian replied, "Your servant has failed to live up to Master's trust and carelessly messed up the task that Master has entrusted me with." Messed up? Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows and asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Gu, what happened?" Gu Axian furrowed his brows and said, "According to the Master's instructions, I brought all kinds of colored glass objects to Zhongzhou to seek new business. At first, it was still all right, but after a while, it was as if a demonic wind was blowing in Zhongzhou. Glass of all colors filled the streets. Initially, it was sold at an extremely high price, but because there were too many merchants selling it, the price dropped from tens of thousands of coins to a few hundred coins." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Su Ku was so shocked that he bit his tongue. Didn't Fingyi County rely on the rare glass to have such a large fortune? Now that the price of the glass had dropped from tens of thousands of coins to a few hundred coins, and it seemed like the price would continue to drop, they wouldn't be able to make any profit. Su Ku was in charge of Jiang Pingji's private treasury, so he was the clearest about it. The others also knew that Fingyi County was so rich that it could not be separated from glass. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. According to Gu Xian's description, there was something fishy going on here. Little Angel is the cutest. What the F***ck? What kind of strategy is this? 520, #PickNose. What else could it be? There must be a traitor. So far, only the streamer here has perfected the art of making glass. Zhongzhou is far away. How could they have such a tacit understanding and come up with so many glass products? I love you, a traitor. However, as you can see, the host is very protective of the glass manufacturing technology. Inside and outside, it was completely covered. The host also had a pair of fiery eyes. They had been buying glass for a whole year. How did the secret get leaked? Jin Tian Shuanging, it's highly possible that there's a traitor, but I think it's more likely that there's another woman from another world. As you can see, it's Zhongzhou again. The 4 self-accomplishment classics for women appeared before Zhongzhou. It was exactly the same as the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women in ancient China. Now, there was glass. If you say that there are no traces of a transmigrated woman, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gui Kaigua Fengshao, based on Jia's analysis, other than the traitor and the time traveler, there is another unlikely possibility. Perhaps someone accidentally burned the pottery and got glass. However, the possibility of this happening was too low. Even if they managed to burn it, the technology wasn't that mature. In Yueja Zhuge Qinmo, to the one above, are you shameless? How dare you call yourself Jia? Why don't you call yourself F***ck? There was a lot of discussion in the streaming room. Not only were they curious about the truth behind the incident, but they were also worried about Jiang Pingji. Cutting off one's source of wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Jiang Pingji had relied on glass products to swindle more than 20 million strings of coins from the northern borderline. If not for this incident, she might have been able to swindle tens of millions of strings of coins from Zhongzhou. She wouldn't have to worry about money when she conquered the world in the future. Now that her source of wealth had been cut off, how could she not be angry? In reality, Jiang Pingji hadn't really shipped the goods. Compared to their loss of composure, she had a calm expression that said, "So that's how it is." She smiled and opened her mouth helplessly. Uncle Gu can't be blamed for this. Do you think that the method of making glass was leaked because of you? Gu Axian was astonished. Everyone present thought of a possibility, a traitor. Glass was too profitable. Who wouldn't be jealous? Burning a handful of sand could turn the situation around and earn tens of thousands of strings of coins. The profits were shocking. Gu Axian pondered who the traitor was while feeling extremely ashamed. There might be a traitor, but it shouldn't be her. Because the timing didn't match. Jiang Pingji was very certain and didn't suspect it. Even though there was no evidence, she already understood what was going on. In this world, Jiang Pingji wasn't the only one who had the ability to make glass. Everyone looked at each other. Did the Lord mean that she already knew there was a traitor, but she pretended not to know? Then my lord, without the glass business, what should they do? It doesn't matter. From this, we can see how stupid the person behind this is. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Pingji smiled contemptuously. She didn't take the so-called enemy seriously at all. Gu Axian was a merchant. He calmed down and thought about the overflowing glass in Zhongzhou. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was indeed stupid. The owner is right. Glass is cheap, but it's expensive when it's rare. Few people in the world know how it's made. If the production and sales are strictly controlled, even if there's only one kiln, one can easily become the richest person in the world. It's not a pipe dream to be rich enough to rival a country. That person is short-sighted and didn't protect the method of making glass. Instead, the kiln is overflowing. It's really stupid. Gu Axian witnessed with his own eyes the price of glass in Zhongzhou plummet from tens of thousands of strings of coins. One could imagine that the person who made the first kiln also wanted to make money, but he didn't have the foresight and didn't know the greedy nature of merchants. Such a huge profit was enough for people to gamble with their lives. It was also because of the profit that the glass in Zhongzhou was overflowing. Fortunately, Gu Axian saw that the situation wasn't good. He sold all the glass in his hands at a price lower than the market price and hurried back to Xiangyang district with the money. Don't be fooled by his sorry state. In fact, he earned more than 3 million strings of coins. He specialized in cheating the big merchants of Zhongzhou. Compared to a merchant boss like Gu Axian, how could those opportunistic merchants be a match for him? Gu Axian saw that the situation wasn't good, so he sold and left. He earned the last sum of money. The merchant who took over thought that he had made a fortune, but he was stunned when he turned around. Su Ku and the rest looked at Jiang Pingji with admiration. They asked themselves honestly. If their source of wealth was forcefully cut off, they wouldn't just faint, but they would be furious. Their lord was good. She was calm and composed and even had the time to mock the enemy behind her. But my lord, if you lose this source of wealth, as the housekeeper, Su Ku felt the most heartache. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the private treasury has enough money. If the public treasury lacks it, just claim it. There wasn't much money in the public treasury. She had always used her private purse to replenish it. Jiang Pingji said with a smile, on the contrary, Zhongzhou, after this torment, I'm afraid it's going to run out of luck. The whole nation's kiln was frantically trying to make money. The more glass there was, the lower the price. The first to eat the cake would earn a lot, but those who followed the trend would be out of luck. The situation in Zhongzhou was already unstable. The chaos caused by the clique was brutal. The lives of the people were getting more and more difficult. Many people saw glass as a good way to get rich and escape poverty. Naturally, they would madly follow the trend. Chapter 588. For the audience in the streaming room, glass was something that could be seen everywhere in their daily lives. For the merchants and citizens of Zhongzhou, they only saw the low cost and high selling price of glass. They could not see the other aspects. Admittedly, the raw material of glass was worthless mud and gravel. After burning, it could be sold for tens of thousands of strings of coins. There was a profit difference of tens of millions of times, but was it that easy to earn this money? Without qualified technology and firing environment, there were too many substandard products and too few qualified products. Even for Jiang Pingji, the craftsmen had experienced hundreds of failures before they perfected it bit by bit. The success rate was still not high. She could afford to squander money. After all, the main job of the kiln was to fire bricks. Glass was just a side job. If it succeeded, then so be it. If not, then forget it. What about the merchants and commoners who had invested all their money into the glass business? How many failures would they have to go through if they wanted to burn qualified glass? Building a kiln required money and firing required fuel. Many families could not afford to burn coal in winter. How could they burn kills after kills of glass? Admittedly, if there was one qualified product out of 10,000 failed products, they would make a profit. But could they afford to squander money like that? By the time they fired one qualified glass, the merchants outside would have already fired tens of thousands of pieces. Glass was worthless. Jiang Pingji could imagine the crazy scene of glass burning in Zhongzhou. But how many people could profit from it? There were very few. Did anyone make money? Definitely. The ones who made money were the first batch of people to produce the glass and the big businessmen who invested in it later. The former had the upper hand and made steady profits, while the latter had the manpower and financial resources to sell the glass before its price dropped and avoid losses. As for the citizens and small merchants who followed the trend, they did not have the upper hand and did not have enough financial resources. In the end, they would lose everything and not even their underwear. As for Guoxian's foresight and decisiveness to leave early when he saw that the situation was not good, Jiang Pingji was very pleased. If it was someone else, they might not have earned the last 3 million strings of coins after a slight hesitation. After comforting Guoxian, Jiang Pingji was about to leave. Qiguan Rang's eyes flickered. He got up and followed her. When they reached an empty corridor, Jiang Pingji turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Qiguan Rang's expression was slightly hesitant as he asked, "My lord, is it really not the work of a traitor that leaked the method of making glass?" He was a meticulous and intelligent person. Although he did not have a strong presence, none of Jiang Pingji's subordinates dared to look down on him. Jiang Pingji said, "It shouldn't be her. There wasn't enough time. I was more inclined to believe that there was someone who also knew how to make it. Seeing that I had earned a lot of money in the northern frontier, they were envious and followed suit. However, that person was too stupid and couldn't control his subordinates well. Instead, a loophole was exploited and the method of manufacturing glass became popular. The profits inside are too high. It's worth it to bet everything on it." Qiguan Rang said disapprovingly, "My lord, forgive me for disagreeing. You are not what you used to be. You should be more careful. You clearly know that the traitor is plotting against you. Even if you don't eliminate her completely, you should send someone to keep an eye on her at all times to prevent her from playing tricks in the dark." Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Wenjing, I understand this logic. But I can't do that." Qiguan Rang was surprised. "Why?" Jiang Pingji was silent for a while and said, "It's just because she's not an ordinary traitor. She's a two-faced traitor." Qiguan Rang's expression changed. "A two-faced traitor." She nodded and said with certainty, "The master behind her isn't the real master. There's someone else. As for who it is, I have some clues now. It's precisely because of this that I can't touch her easily. I just want to know what that person wants to do." Qiguan Rang sighed. He completely agreed with Feng Jin's judgment of Jiang Pingji. This person's gambler mentality was too serious. To put it nicely, she was bold. If she was careless and failed miserably, there would be a good show to watch. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. If something happens to you, it's not only related to your life, but also those who follow you. When Jiang Pingji heard this, she suddenly smiled and said teasingly, "Maybe. But Wenjing, I can only be safe if I keep this traitor alive. If something happens to the traitor, it will raise the vigilance of the master behind her. I'm afraid I'll have to live with assassinations every day. I'm not afraid of killing people, but if I accidentally hurt the people around me, that's not what I want to see. The more she said this, the more curious Qiguan Rang was about the master behind Takshu. Jiang Pingji said, Wenjing, come closer. I have something I need your help with. Ask Master Wei Yuan in secret. Wei Yuan was Qiguan Rang's father-in-law. He used to teach Lu Shi. He was a tutor hired by the Lu residents with a high salary. Qiguan Rang obeyed. Jiang Pingji used a special method to force her voice into a line and whispered to Qiguan Rang. No one knew what she said to Qiguan Rang, but his expression first changed from doubt to confusion and finally to shock. My lord, you, Jiang Pingji said, do it secretly. Only you and I know about this. You must be careful. Qiguan Rang swallowed nervously. His Adam's apple moved. He was almost 30 years old, and it had been a long time since he lost his composure. You suspect that the murderer behind the traitor is that person? Jiang Pingji smiled. Her eyes were cold. I don't want to suspect. But let's take one step at a time. The two of them talked in low voices. Qiguan Rang almost floated away from the long corridor. Jiang Pingji looked sideways at the corner at the end of the corridor. A piece of cloth disappeared from sight. The audience in the streaming room was even more confused. They purposely increased the volume, but they still couldn't hear what Jiang Pingji and Qiguan Rang said. Rinsha Wangka, there was a problem in the streaming room just now. I didn't hear the streamer speak. Rinsha Qian Duo. It's a cross-dimensional streaming. It's normal for the signal to be bad. Host V, it's just a small trick to force the voice into a line. Even if she imprisoned the system, it was still a subsystem. She didn't know where the system itself was hiding. To be on the safe side, she wouldn't simply talk about certain things during the streaming. Qiguan Rang calmed his wildly beating heart and thought about how to complete Jiang Pingji's task. My lord, I finally found you. Jiang Pingji waited for a while. Su Ke came over with a stack of account books. His face was full of joy. She asked, when you walked over from that direction just now, did you see anyone with a strange expression? Su Ke didn't understand. He thought about it and said, just now. I saw Zixia walking in a hurry. He seemed absent-minded. He was probably not feeling well. Jiang Pingji frowned. It was indeed Wei Ci. She didn't know what this guy was thinking. Chapter 589. Jiang Pingji planned to conquer all of Wanzhou, and Shangyang County was a place that she could not avoid. Feng Jin volunteered to be her lobbyist, and Jiang Pingji sent hundreds of elites to escort him. It was the beginning of winter, and there was no war in the north. Feng Jin planned to take the opportunity to persuade his parents. If it was successful, they only needed to concentrate their forces to attack Qingde County in the spring of the following year. Wei Jingxian carried Changxing, who was more than a year old, and followed her husband Feng Jin into the carriage. The servants and luggage also took up 3 carriages. Although Changxing was young, she was lively and energetic, and her speech was clear and organized. The small carriage was not enough for her to move around, and she soon got tired of it. She was held in Wei Jingxian's arms with an aggrieved expression. She pouted, like a vegetable that had been exposed to the sun on a summer afternoon. Daddy, hug. Seeing Feng Jin enter the carriage, Changxing's black grape-like eyes lit up. She rushed to his 2 white and plump arms that were like lotus roots. Okay, Daddy is hugging Changxing. Is this position okay? Don't jump around, Daddy's old bones can't withstand your torment. Feng Jin smiled as he hugged Changxing. The little girl stood on his lap and bounced around. She was having fun on her own. He played with her for a while, and his back was sweating from exhaustion. His daughter was still full of energy, and he could not help but secretly complain. Wei Jingxian noticed his embarrassment and took the initiative to carry the naughty Chongqing over. You spoil Chongqing so much that she doesn't sit or stand properly. When we go to Shangyang County and meet father-in-law and mother-in-law, it won't be good if Chongqing makes a fool of herself in front of them. Feng Jin smiled and said, Chongqing has a sweet mouth and is the best at coaxing people. Father and mother love her so much, how can they not like her? Moreover, she has been born for 1.5 years, and they have not seen her yet. Even if Chongqing makes a fuss, they won't be angry. As the saying goes, a generation apart, the elders not only liked obedient juniors, but they also liked those who were sweet, lively, and not rude. Moreover, Chongqing was the only girl in the 3rd generation of the direct line of descent. Based on this uniqueness, there was no reason for her parents not to like her. Yes, Chongqing has a sweet mouth. Chongqing could not understand her parents' words, but she could understand her own name. She learned in a daze, her hands holding a sweet pastry and nibbling on it. Feng Jin raised his eyebrows at Wei Jingxian with an expression that said, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Wei Jingxian pursed her lips and smiled. There was quite a distance between Fengyi County and Shangyang County. Along the way, there were mobs who were scantily clad and starving. The further they went from Fengyi County, the more difficult the lives of the people outside became. Dilapidated buildings could be seen everywhere. It had been 1.5 years since the earthquake in Shangjing, but the people's lives had not improved. The Tsingyi army and the Red Lotus group were wreaking havoc in the north. The people either conspired with them or were exploited and robbed by them. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting could not be carried out normally. Many villages were deserted and overgrown with weeds. They looked desolate and deserted. Feng Jin walked on the main road, trying his best to avoid sleeping in such places. He was a young man and his young energy was flourishing. However, Chongqing was still young and could not be affected by the yin wind. Under the protection of elite soldiers, Feng Jin and his wife set foot on the long-awaited Shangyang County. Due to the Feng family, the city walls of Shangyang County were tall. To avoid Shangjing, the city walls were slightly lower than Shangjing. Even though the city walls were tall and sturdy, after the earthquake in Shangjing and several military disasters, there were indelible marks on the city walls. Feng Jin spent a lot of effort to prove his identity. He, his wife, their maids and servants could enter the city. However, if the hundreds of soldiers wanted to enter the city, they had to surrender their weapons. To solve this problem, Feng Jin could only carry Chongqing and wait for the Feng family's housekeeper to come and negotiate. He thought that when his parents received the news, they would at most send a housekeeper. He did not expect the person to be his eldest brother. Feng Gui, the eldest son of the Feng family, was 25 years old. Eldest brother. The elegant youth saw Feng Jin, who was carrying a child, standing outside the city. He almost did not recognize him as his second brother. Huayu, you are finally back. Feng Gui was emotional. His pace was slightly faster than usual, but it did not seem disorderly. Wei Jingxian took the initiative to carry Chongqing to prevent her from disturbing the Feng brothers' reunion. After they exchanged greetings, she brought Chongqing with her to greet Feng Gui. Feng Gui had received news that Feng Jin had brought his wife and daughter back to visit his family. When he saw the fair and plump Chongqing, who looked very spirited, his impression of her soared. Is this my eldest niece? She looks like my younger sister-in-law. Wei Jingxian taught Chongqing to call Feng Gui eldest uncle. Chongqing gave him face and addressed him clearly. She raised her arms to give him a hug. Feng Gue was used to seeing shy and bashful children, such as his two sons. He had never seen someone as warm and fearless as Chongqing. He was so happy that he reached out to hug her. Chongqing was a good girl. In front of everyone, she gave her eldest uncle 2 kisses on both sides of his cheeks. When Feng Jin saw this, his expression did not look too good. Feng Gue was stunned at first. Then, he smiled warmly and said, Miss Huayu is not afraid of strangers. She is quick-witted and intelligent. This is not the place to reminisce. Huayu, bring your sister-in-law and eldest niece into the city quickly. Your parents are still waiting for you. Feng Jin looked hesitantly at the guards behind him. Feng Gue understood and sent someone to inform the guards at the city gate. After entering the city, Feng Jin's eyes dimmed slightly. Compared to the scenery outside of Xiangyang County, the lives of the people in the city were considered stable. However, compared to the prosperous scene in his memory, not only had the population declined, the buildings in the city also exuded a sense of decadence and desolation. Many of the buildings had been patched up and looked slightly dilapidated. After the earthquake last year, was everything all right at home? Feng Jin asked. Feng Gue carried his eldest niece, who was slightly heavy, and replied, everything is fine at home. It's just that the people of Xiangyang County have suffered. Sigh, outside, there are 2 groups of mobs, the Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus group, wreaking havoc. The county chief led the troops to clear the mobs, but the results were minimal. Chongqing's large, bright eyes were like black grapes. Her attention was attracted by Feng Gui's beard. She raised her claws and scratched. Feng Gue, Feng Jin could only hurriedly apologize on behalf of his naughty child. If it wasn't for Chongqing's antics, he would have started growing a beard long ago. It's all right, it's all right. It's rare to see such energetic children nowadays. At least they're better than the 2 boys at home. They're shy like little girls. Your sister-in-law is also strict with the children. She restricts them like wooden blocks. Feng Gue had been helping to guard the city for the past 2 years. He didn't spend much time at home. His 2 sons were in the family school. The rest of the time, it was his wife who raised them. Feng Jin sensed that something was amiss. Big brother, you and sister-in-law, restless at home. It's nothing. Feng Gue replied calmly. He then said to Feng Jin, with her temperament, if sister-in-law is wronged, you don't have to tolerate it. Oh right, Huayu, today's family banquet will only be about family matters. Chapter 590. When Feng Jin was at home, he was not valued. His elder brother was the heir of the clan, his younger brother was well-liked, his father was busy with government affairs, and his mother had to manage the household affairs. He was often neglected in the middle. Luckily, Feng Gue was a reliable elder brother and the 3 brothers had a good relationship. He had been away from home for many years. He had wanted to take this opportunity to find out more, but he did not expect Feng Gue to cut him off with one sentence. They only talked about family matters, not official matters. Feng Jin had no choice but to swallow the words that had welled up in his throat. Chongqing was a small child. She did not know about the undercurrent between her father and eldest uncle. She giggled and grabbed Feng Gui's beard, unwilling to let go. Feng Gue was a steady and conservative man, but he was not stingy with his family. He supported Chongqing's knees with one hand and let her sit on his arm. He wrapped his other arm around her shoulder to prevent her from falling. With both hands occupied, he naturally could not let this little ancestor let go of the beard that he had just grown for a few months. This child, her hands are really strong. Feng Gue thought of his 2 sons and looked at Chongqing enviously. Feng Jin's head hurt. This little brat, it was fine that she bullied her father at home, but why did she bully eldest uncle when she was out? Father, Feng Jin was a little angry, but when his daughter called him father sweetly, all his anger was extinguished. Feng Gue brought Feng Jin and his family back to the Feng family's main residence. The Feng family had been around for nearly 1,000 years. Anyone with the surname Feng in Xiangyang County would find that their ancestors were related to the Feng family by blood. Such an illustrious and noble family had a rather plain ancestral home. It was not like those extravagant and sudden riches outside. Instead, it kept a low profile. Last year's earthquake, the Feng family's ancestral home had collapsed slightly. But the house was sturdy and the wood used to build it was said to be indestructible. The earthquake destroyed Shangjing overnight, but the Feng family's ancestral home only had a few old houses that were rarely used. Only a few people were injured. Father. Changxing curled up in eldest Uncle Feng Gui's arms. Her large bright eyes darted around. The unfamiliar and slightly gloomy building made her feel uneasy. She desperately wanted to find someone familiar. Seeing Feng Jin at the side, she rested her chin on Feng Gui's shoulder and looked straight at her father. You'll see Grandpa and Grandma in a while. Remember to greet them obediently. Don't be rude or mischievous, understand? Grandpa and Grandma. Changxing tilted her head in confusion. Feng Jin let out a sigh, feeling regretful in his heart. When he was her age, he had long been taught etiquette by the wet nurses and maids. He could not be careless or rude. In the aristocratic families, even a child of 1 or 2 years old had to be polite. Age was not a gold medal that would exempt them from death if they made mistakes or caused trouble. But longevity, before she was born, she was trapped in Shangjing with her husband and wife. When she was born, there was an earthquake. They drifted from place to place and settled down in Xiangyang district. Feng Jin doted on this daughter of his, who was not easy to come by and lived a difficult life. He even indulged her. The etiquette that should have been taught from a young age was not taught at all. Now that he was making a last-minute effort, he didn't know if it would work. Feng Jin was a little anxious. He was afraid that Changxing would drop the ball at the critical moment. However, he did not know that although Changxing was young, her instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages was top-notch. In Jiang Pingji's words, this girl was born with the ability to judge and judge. Her intuition was very scary. For example, other children were afraid of Jiang Pingji, but Changxing was especially close to her. Occasionally, she would come to the government office to play and accidentally cause trouble. If Jiang Pingji was present, what would be the girl's first reaction? She would definitely stagger towards her and hug her thighs to hide from Feng Jin. If Jiang Pingji was not around, Changxing would hug someone else's thighs and hide faster than a rabbit. Such a clever girl, why would he be afraid that she would not take advantage of the situation? Knowing that Feng Jin had returned, the Feng family's ancestral residence was especially lively that day. However, this kind of lively referred to the large number of people, not the noise. Servants came and went continuously, but the maids and senior servants did not even make a sound when they walked. Feng Jin entered the main hall. His parents, whom he had not seen for many years, were already seated in the seats of honor. He pulled Wei Jingxian along to greet his parents. When Changxing saw this, she stomped her feet and wanted to get down. Feng Gue smiled and put her down. She imitated Feng Jin's actions. However, she was wearing thick clothes and had a 3-headed body, so it was difficult for her to maintain her balance. She had just knelt down to pay her respects when her whole body fell forward. She rolled around twice. Perhaps it was a little painful, but her eyes quickly turned red. The scene that was originally solemn with a hint of warmth suddenly changed. Feng Ren also could not maintain his imposing manner as the head of the family. Madame Feng directly asked the senior servant beside her to carry Chongqing over. Madame Feng sighed. Huaiyuan Jingxian's child is already so big. When she first chose Feng Jin and his wife as hostages to go to Shangjing, she was extremely unwilling. When she heard that Wei Jingxian was diagnosed with pregnancy halfway through the journey, her heart did not calm down. Moreover, after the earthquake in Shangjing, the people were almost killed. Madame Feng washed her face with tears and almost cried herself blind. Feng Jin said, "Mother, Chongqing is a little naughty. Don't be fooled by her." Madame Feng took Chongqing. The child nestled obediently in her arms, extremely obedient. The child is naughty. At least it means that her body is strong and healthy, Madame Feng said without lifting her head. She teased Chongqing. "Do you know what to call me?" Chongqing opened her mouth crisply and asked with some doubt. "Grandfather." With no one to refer to, Chongqing could not distinguish the difference between the two. Feng Jin already did not dare to lift his head. Madame Feng could not help but smile. She pointed at Feng Ren beside her and said, "This is grandfather." Chongqing cleverly changed her words and shouted, "Grandmother." Sigh. Chongqing is so smart. Madame Feng took off the string of Buddha beads that she had worn for more than 10 years and put it on Chongqing's neck. Her face was full of smiles. Seeing this action, Feng Jin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed the first test. Wei Jingxian knew the importance of the string of Buddha beads. She was extremely satisfied. Only one person had a somewhat malicious look in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, leaving a few fingernail marks on her palms. Feng Gui's eyes turned cold. He secretly tugged at his wife to wake her up. Feng Gui's wife sensed her husband's stern gaze. She slightly shrank back and lowered her head. She secretly twisted her fingers and handkerchief. Feng Jin sensed the slightly malicious gaze. He looked over and frowned slightly. Was that his sister-in-law? He had a bellyful of things to say. He waited for Feng Gui and his wife to leave before he finally spoke. Sister-in-law, just now, if it was in the past, he would have tolerated it for the sake of his eldest brother. But to release malice towards Chongqing because of a string of Buddha beads, he could not tolerate it. Madame Feng's face was slightly embarrassed. She said in a low voice, "The family is unfortunate." Feng Jin was surprised. What had happened in the past 2 years to make his mother so unhappy with the sister-in-law whom she was extremely satisfied with? Chapter 591. For the sake of harmony within the family, Feng Jin and Feng Ju had received special education since young. They had to remember one thing at all times: the eldest brother was the heir of the family. No matter how outstanding the 2 younger brothers were, they could not covet what did not belong to them. No matter what family it was taboo for brothers to fight. Rather than giving every child the hope of competing, it was better to let them understand the difference from the start. Hence, unless there were special circumstances, Feng Jin and Feng Ju would rarely compete with Feng Gui. The differences between the 3 brothers could be seen in many aspects, such as marriage. Feng Gui's wife had been carefully selected, not limited to just Dongqing. Even the emperor's selection of a wife was not as meticulous as this. It was mainly based on the wife's family background, talent, bearing, character, appearance. All these criteria had to be carefully considered. Because of this, Feng Gui did not marry until he was 21 years old. What about Feng Jin's wife, Wei Jingxian? She came from an aristocratic family in Hejian. Her family background was average. She was talented, good-looking, and had a good temperament. Her only 2 blemishes were that she had entered a bandit's lair and escaped safely. She was once betrothed to Lu Shi but broke off the engagement in the end. There were plenty of people in Dongqing who were better off than Wei Jingxian. If Lu Shi had not been the matchmaker, Wei Jingxian would not have been able to become the second wife of the Feng family. Feng Jin had no intention of competing with Feng Gue. Wei Jingxian was not good enough to be the matriarch of the Feng family. It could be said that it was impossible for them to have any conflict of interest with Feng Gue and his wife. Feng Jin really could not understand why his sister-in-law would look at Chongqing with such malice. She did not even know how to hide it. As an outsider, Feng Jin was not suited to gossip about his sister-in-law. He could only let his wife do it. How could Feng Jin be at ease with a matriarch who had malice towards Chongqing? Wei Jingxian and her mother-in-law went to the back hall to rest while Feng Jin and Feng Ren chatted in the main hall. The father and son had not seen each other for a few years and had a lot to talk about. Wei Jingxian teased Chongqing while chatting with her mother-in-law about the trifling matters in the backyard. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted and laughed. Between them, there was the amusing Chongqing. The atmosphere was harmonious until Feng Jin's sister-in-law brought her two sons to pay their respects to Madame Feng. Compared to Feng Gui's magnanimous and upright temperament, his two sons were slightly dazed. They looked a little timid and petty. She had only met this sister-in-law 2 or 3 times and did not know much about her. However, she had heard about her sister-in-law's background and felt that it was a little strange. Madame Feng, who was smiling a moment ago, maintained a stiff smile throughout the whole process in front of her eldest daughter-in-law who was trying to please her. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Feng Gui's wife was displeased as well. She hurriedly said her goodbyes and left with her two sons. Wei Jingxian secretly heaved a sigh of relief when the awkward silence finally disappeared. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she widened her eyes in astonishment. Swaying. The upbringing of the noble ladies was naturally strict. There was a set of rules for how they sat, stood, and walked. Although he was not inflexible, he should not be so frivolous, right? Wei Jingxian's expression cracked as she watched her sister-in-law squirm. Madame Feng sighed and whispered, "He's finally gone." "Mother, sister-in-law wasn't like this in the past," Madame Feng said. "You haven't been married for long. How many times have you seen her?" Wei Jingxian thought that her mother-in-law did not like her to talk too much, so she swallowed her words. Madame Feng continued, "I thought that she was a good person, but I didn't expect her to be like this. Anyway, Jingxian, don't learn from her." Wei Jingxian replied, "I know, mother." Madame Feng started to talk and rambled on about what had happened in the family all these years, causing Wei Jingxian's expression to turn ugly. After a while, "Eldest uncle is just going to tolerate it?" she asked. Madame Feng frowned. "What else can I do? After all, we are legally married, we can't divorce her just because of this. I was thinking of teaching her well. TSK, I don't know how Madame Du raised her daughter. She's so petty, yet she dares to call herself a lady from a noble family." Feng Gui's wife, Madame Feng Du, was born in the Du family of Zhongzhou. She was the 5th child in the family, and the eldest daughter of the Du family was the Empress of Zhongzhou. Madame Feng chose the 5th daughter of Madame Du's legal wife after much selection. Zhongzhou and Dongqing were too far apart, so Madame Feng could not see her future daughter-in-law with her own eyes. However, all the information that came back showed that Madame Feng Du had a good reputation. Family background, talent, appearance, self-restraint, conduct. There was nothing to nitpick about. From the time the two families set the wedding date to the actual wedding ceremony, it took nearly 2 years. Madame Feng had high expectations for her eldest daughter-in-law, but she was disappointed in the end. She was greedy, jealous, power-hungry, talkative, and sinister. Apart from these, what Madame Feng could not stand was that she had a vicious disease. Feng Jin returned to the courtyard where he lived before he got married. His wife carried Chongqing and was surrounded by servants. The husband and wife were whispering in the room. Feng Jin listened and his face cracked. Sister-in-law has a vicious disease. How could it be? A lady with a vicious disease could not be included in his mother's selection list. Wei Jingxian rolled her eyes impatiently and said, "Didn't you notice that sister-in-law's walking posture is a little frivolous?" Feng Jin bit her earlobe righteously. "Jingxian, you already called her sister-in-law. As her uncle, how can I stare at her? Don't be so naughty." Wei Jingxian felt uncomfortable. She carried Chongqing and sat further away. According to mother, sister-in-law broke her leg. Feng Jin frowned. Was it born? How could it be? It was acquired, Wei Jingxian said. Acquired? The servants in the house are so careless. When Feng Jin was young, he fell and broke his teeth. The servants who served him were often punished. Wei Jingxian sighed and pulled the little braid on Chongqing's head. It was acquired, but it was not an accident. It was done by someone. Feng Jin's cheeks twitched. Someone broke her leg. Sister-in-law was born in the Du family of Zhongzhou. She had an elder sister who was the Empress of Zhongzhou. Feng Jin said, "I know about this." Wei Jingxian emphasized impatiently, "The one who wrote the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women and educated all the women in the world." Hearing the 3 words, 4 self-accomplishment classics for women, Feng Jin immediately became alert. This, such a coincidence. Feng Jin said awkwardly. Wei Jingxian said, "The Du family declined a few years ago and relied on this empress to support her maiden family. She wrote the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women and was highly praised by many scholars. She slowly gained the title of the virtuous empress and the Du family's reputation in Zhongzhou improved. The Du family educated the women in the family with the empress as a model. Guess what? This empress has the habit of binding her feet. Her feet are not even the size of an adult's palm and they are very beautiful." Feng Jin blushed. "Just now you said that your husband is not serious. Why are you saying such nonsense too?" Wei Jingxian snorted and said, "A filthy person sees filth. Do you dare to say that you didn't think of anything that you shouldn't? Our sister-in-law, when she was 15 or 16 years old, in order to imitate the virtuous empress, her feet were also. Now it is difficult for her to walk and her temperament is increasingly gloomy and mean." Chapter 592. Feng Jin thought it was ridiculous. Sister-in-law was 15 or 16 years old. But, at this age, her feet are almost fully grown. If you want to make her small by force, won't you break her leg bones? Why didn't the matchmaker mention such an absurd thing? If they had known that Feng Gui's wife was like this, not just the Feng family, even the small aristocratic families in Dongqing would not have agreed to marry her. Thinking of the 2 nephews he saw not long ago, Feng Jin felt upset. However, the conditions of Lady Fengdu were indeed very good in Zhongzhou. It was just that the national conditions of Zhongzhou and Dongqing were different. Wei Jingxian sighed and slowly narrated, "Zhongzhou was fine a few years ago. The world was at peace, the rivers were clear, and the seas were calm. The gentry clans and the common people were extravagant. The empress of the Du family was a natural beauty. She was proficient in singing and dancing. She had a slim figure, and her dancing was as light as a swallow or a phoenix. She could do palm dances and flying dances. For a time, the noble ladies of the aristocratic families imitated her. When the news reached the song and dance school, the dancers tried to imitate the dance, but they were too big and too heavy, so it was difficult for them to perform such a stunning dance. I heard that the Empress has a pair of snow-white feet that are more than 3 inches long. That's why she can dance like this. The Empress was born with small feet. They were slender, well-proportioned, and beautiful. A palm danced to congratulate the emperor on his birthday. At that time, the atmosphere in Zhongzhou was open and luxurious, so it was naturally fashionable. The song and dance hall was busy learning, and hundreds of flowers competed with each other. It was very lively. Feng Gui's wife, Madame Fengdu, was the fifth child in the family. Although she wasn't neglected, she wasn't very favored either. For the sake of status and future glory, she imitated her elder sister in all aspects. The so-called broken bones and bound feet were also because of this. When this matter was spread out, people in the outside world didn't say that Madame Fengdu had learned to act like a dancer. Instead, they praised her for having the demeanor of a virtuous empress, and her reputation soared. To put it bluntly, Madame Fengdu had stepped on her empress sister to climb to the top, and her status among the noble ladies of Zhongzhou rose gradually. However, this was the practice of Zhongzhou. The aristocrats of Dongqing did not buy it. This was especially so for a noble family like the Feng family. How could they bear the fact that the wife of a noble family hadn't acquired disease? Although they didn't understand genetics or eugenics, they knew that children with good parents would be better and better. Choosing a woman with a broken leg and a malignant disease to be the matriarch of the Feng family was like eating a fly. But according to Feng Gui's personality, he wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon his wife for such a reason. After all, they still had 2 sons. As the saying goes, choosing a bad husband will ruin one's life, marrying an unvirtuous wife will ruin 3 generations. With such a greedy, jealous, power-hungry, talkative, and sinister wife, Feng Jin did not dare to imagine what would happen to the current and next generation of the Feng family. His elder brother had been wronged. Feng Jin frowned with a headache. No matter how he looked at it, Madame Fengdu was not qualified to be the matriarch of the Feng family. With such a matriarch, this generation of the Feng clan might be all right, but the next generation might be in trouble. Even so, with Big Brother's temperament, he's always been responsible. I'm afraid he won't divorce his wife so easily. Rationally speaking, Feng Jin didn't mind changing his sister-in-law, but that was the business of the couple. Madame Fengdu hadn't done anything out of line so far. At most, she was greedy for money, jealous, power-hungry, and talkative. If he was careful and disciplined, maybe he could turn things around. Feng Gui intended to wait and see. He didn't expect his wife to be a great woman, but at the very least, she had to be at the standard of a normal noble lady. He didn't expect much else. Madame Feng planned to bring her 2 grandsons to her side and educate them well, so that they wouldn't be harmed by this unruly mother. As for this eldest daughter-in-law, she would teach her as much as she could. After all, Madame Feng was already the grandmother of 3 grandsons. She couldn't always manage the Feng family's finances, so she had to let her eldest daughter-in-law take over. Wei Jingxian sneered and said, I finally understand. Which daughter of the Du family from Zhongzhou is good? First, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Du family entered the palace and became the Empress. She clamored about educating all the women in the world and wrote the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women, which was sung by the great Confucian scholars and earned the reputation of a virtuous empress. In the end, how many good daughters were ruined? Now, there's the eldest legitimate daughter of the Du family who imitated the virtuous empress and bound her feet for the sake of her reputation. She's practically a nest of snakes and rats. If this Madame Fengdu hadn't imitated the virtuous empress style, how could she have gained such fame and been chosen to become Feng Gui's wife? Feng Jin was silent. He quietly tugged at the braids on Changxing's head. Changxing's little face frowned. She hugged Feng Jin's arm and wanted to bite it. As the husband of the former and the second uncle of the latter, it wasn't appropriate for Feng Jin to interrupt the conversation. He said nonchalantly, even so, I still feel that it's too absurd. If she had bound her feet when she was younger, when her bones were softer, he could still believe it. She was already 15 or 16 years old, yet she was still so cruel to herself. How determined and ruthless did she have to be? She was so cruel to herself, what more to others? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Jin shuddered. Wei Jingxian also said, I feel that eldest uncle has been wronged. It was easy to get married, but difficult to divorce a wife. He had to cherish it. That night, Feng Jin brought Changxing, who was dressed as a little red girl, along with his wife to the family banquet. Because Feng Gue had already reminded him, Feng Jin tactfully didn't bring up official matters. He only talked about interesting things that happened when they were young. Madame Fengdu sat beside Feng Gue with a gloomy expression. Her sinister eyes occasionally glanced at the smiling and blissful Changxing. As the wife of a noble family, she had given birth to 2 legitimate sons for the Feng family in 3 years. Her mother-in-law had never hugged her son so intimately. Instead, she smiled at Feng Jin's losers, as if they were a family. This difference made Madame Fengdu feel extremely unbalanced. She didn't reflect on herself. Every time Madame Feng wanted to get close to her grandson, who was the one who obstructed her and guarded against her proper mother-in-law. In terms of gifts for the grandchildren, Feng Gui's 2 sons had the upper hand. Madame Feng had only given Changxing a string of Buddhist beads and smiled at her, yet she had already incurred such jealousy and hatred. Sensing the change in Madame Fengdu's emotions, Feng Gui's expression was complicated. He was angry, furious, and somewhat helpless. Feng Gue had specially told Feng Jin not to talk about official matters at the family banquet, yet Madame Fengdu was a useless teammate. After 3 rounds of wine, Madame Fengdu suddenly said, Second uncle is now accompanying the traitor, Madame Lu. What's wrong with that? Aren't you afraid of implicating the rest of the family? Feng Gue endured it and clenched his fists tightly. His expression was unsightly. Feng Jin said, Since when was Jin's lord a traitor? Sister-in-law's words are very harsh. Madame Fengdu said in a strange tone, the Dongqing imperial family is the legitimate one. The Lu family is merely an aristocratic family in Hejin. They won't be able to make a splash in Dongqing. However, everyone has their own ambitions. Second uncle yearns for the merit of attaining the throne. This is human nature. However, you should also polish your eyes and choose someone who is slightly more reliable. The Dongqing imperial family's power is at its peak. When the outcome of the battle in the south is decided, won't they have time to clean up the north? Second uncle is trying to drag the whole family down with him. Legitimate. Feng Jin sneered coldly. Chapter 593. The Feng family had existed for thousands of years since the beginning of the dynasty. They had experienced many dynasties and were used to seeing the rise and fall of dynasties. The Xia dynasty that once unified the 9 states was just a so-so in the eyes of the Feng family, not to mention the rise of Dongqing after the fall of the Xia dynasty. The Feng family recognized the Xia dynasty as the legitimate dynasty because the Xia dynasty was powerful and could command tens of thousands of countries. In comparison, what was Dongqing? When Feng Jin heard Madame Fengdu's words, he felt an indescribable awkwardness. Could such a short-sighted woman really be a good matron of the Feng family? Madame Fengdu complained, I have also investigated the Lu family in Hejin. They are just a third-rate aristocratic family. How is it worth second uncle to lower himself to assist them? Moreover, Lu Shi is only a 16 or 17-year-old youth. In comparison, isn't it more meaningful for his father, Lu Shi, to assist him? As a young woman, I don't understand second uncle's aspirations. However, you should always think twice before you act. Before you act, you should also consider the family members. Now that Lang Jun has been implicated by second uncle and third uncle, he is cooped up at home and can't. Rather than letting outsiders benefit, it was better to benefit one's own family. Feng Gue glared at her coldly, his eyes filled with warning. Shut up. I think you've drunk too much and are not sober. That's why you're spouting nonsense. Madame Fengdu was shocked and shrunk her shoulders. She had been married to Feng Gue for more than 4 years. When had he ever been so fierce to her? However, she wasn't wrong. If it weren't for Feng Jin and Feng Ju who disregarded their family's position and allowed themselves to be free, her husband Feng Gue wouldn't have been trapped in the tiny Shangyang County, unable to fulfill his ambitions. Madame Fengdu felt that it was the Feng brothers' fault. It had always been the younger brother who followed his older brother. Since when was there an older brother who was restricted by his younger brother? The veins on Feng Gui's forehead throbbed and his breathing became heavier. He deeply regretted asking Madame Fengdu to attend this family banquet. Not to mention how stupid her presumptuous words were, just her criticism just now could very well drive a wedge between the brothers. Fortunately, Feng Jin wasn't a narrow-minded person. He didn't mind Madame Fengdu's criticism. Feng Jin and Feng Ju, the two of them were not heirs to the family. Although they were legitimate sons, the education they had received was different from Feng Gui's. Their choices could affect the stance of their family, but they could not represent the stance of the entire Feng family. There was a big difference between the two. Feng Jin chose Jiang Pingji. Firstly, she had saved his family's life and they were best friends. Secondly, the earthquake had just ended. There were many mobs and Wei Jingxian had just given birth. What could Feng Jin do? Should he go to Qinzhou, or escape or follow Jiang Pingji? Should he go of? Prince Changshu had besieged Qinzhou for more than a year. The flames of war were everywhere. Was that a good choice? Escape with his wife and daughter and take the opportunity to rush back to Shangyang County, back to the Feng clan. The distance between Shangjing and Shangyang County was not a short distance, and there were many mobs along the way. He was a scholar, and he had just given birth to his wife and newborn daughter. It would be good if the family of 3 could leave Shangjing alive, let alone return to the Feng family. Under such circumstances, Feng Jin had made the best choice for his family. As for Feng Ju, that brat had always been rebellious. He wouldn't betray the family, but he shouldn't sacrifice his ideals for the Feng family. The situation wasn't clear. If Feng Gue made a decision on impulse, he would be risking his life for the Feng family. Feng Gui's choice represented the entire Feng family's position. Feng Jin couldn't understand Madame Fengdu's analysis. It's fine if he didn't understand, but she shouldn't pretend to. Because of Madame Fengdu's interruption, the atmosphere of the family banquet became heavy and strange. After the family banquet, the men of the Feng family went to the study to discuss some matters. Looking at the situation in the north, Feng Jin's real intention of visiting his family at such a critical time was obvious. Feng Ren was a sly old fox. He naturally understood. Feng Jin came to Shangyang County to visit his family, but in reality, he wanted to use the back door to persuade Shangyang County to submit. Feng Ren and Feng Gue had analyzed the pros and cons of this in detail. They already had an answer in their hearts. The Feng family had to prioritize their family's interests. As Jiang Pingji's lobbyist, Feng Jin had to protect her interests. Rather than saying that the father and son were discussing important matters, it was better to say that they were fighting and scheming against each other. Feng Ren and Feng Gue also approved of Jiang Pingji taking over Shangyang County. It wasn't because the Feng family thought highly of her, but because it was a win-win situation. The troops of the Feng family and the local troops of Shangyang County had been guarding Shangyang County for more than a year. Who knew how much manpower, resources, and financial resources had been expended? If Jiang Pingji took over Xiangyang County, these matters would be her responsibility. The Feng family could take the opportunity to extricate themselves. Secondly, unlike the Meng family, the Feng family didn't dabble in military power. They had always taken the path of nobility and were at a disadvantage in troubled times. The stability of the entire family needed a strong backer. Looking at the situation in the north, Jiang Pingji was developing well. With Feng Jin's assistance, it was indeed a good choice. However, although the Feng family had agreed to give up Xiangyang County, such a large piece of land couldn't be given to them for free. Faced with the conditions set by his father and brother, Feng Jin smiled bitterly in his heart and braced himself to deal with them. Although they were father and son, their positions were different. Debts that needed to be settled had to be settled. Feng Jin deeply understood what it meant to settle debts between brothers. The Feng family didn't ask for much. The most important condition was not to interfere with the freedom of the people. Xiangyang County had become Jiang Pingji's territory. The Feng family's foundation was also in Xiangyang County. However, this didn't mean that the Feng family would stand on her side. The conditions didn't seem like much, but Feng Jin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. There was a family behind her that could jump ship at any time. Considering his lord's temperament, could she easily swallow this insult? He couldn't stop smiling bitterly. He didn't have the right to agree on behalf of Jiang Pingji. He could only put it aside for now and wait for her opinion. As for the other minor conditions, Feng Jin could reply on the spot. Although they were scheming against each other, the atmosphere between the father and son was considered good. Now that the royal family has fallen, famine is rampant, and starving people are everywhere. The Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus group run amok in the north. The eunuchs monopolize power in the court, and the relatives interfere with politics. Both sides are fighting until their necks turn red. Outside, there is Prince Changshu's wild ambition. He covets incessantly. His troops besiege Qinzhou with the intention of usurping the throne. The people are anxious. Smoke signals are rising everywhere. The feudal lord's separatist rule is unavoidable. I know your temperament. You must have your reasons for choosing Lu Shi. However, have you ever thought that Lu Shi is in his prime and that he has a son of a concubine? Although Madame Fengdu was full of nonsense, she was right about one thing. Lu Shi was still a youth of 16 or 17, but Lu Shi was already famous in Dongqing and had Chongzhou. Lu Shi had no desire to compete now, but could he guarantee that he would do so in the future? If Feng Ren hadn't mentioned it, Feng Jin would have forgotten that Lu Shi had a brother of a concubine. His expression was somewhat solemn. Feng Gui said, "He's just a son of a concubine. How can he compete with the legitimate son?" Even if the magistrate of Lu province and Lu Shi are competing, the family business will still be given to Lu Shi in the end. Are you going to give up the legitimate son and give it to a son of a concubine? There was nothing wrong with what Feng Gui said. However, Lu Shi was not the legitimate son, but the legitimate daughter. Who could guarantee that Lu Shi wouldn't compete with Lu Shi? It would be fine if the latter won, but if he lost, wouldn't the family business be given to his son and daughter? Chapter 594. War. The father and son were chatting when Feng Jin heard Changxing's cries coming from outside the courtyard. He could not sit still anymore. Why is Changxing crying? His face was pale as he staggered up from the mat. Feng Ren saw this and could not help but sigh. You are indeed a father. You finally know how difficult it is to be a parent. Feng Ren and Feng Gui stood up one after another and went to check on the news. They thought it was normal for a child to cry, but they did not know that Changxing had a very proud temper. Even if she cried, she would not wail loudly. At most, she would open her teary eyes and not reveal the slightest movement. The more stubborn and proud she was, the more one felt sorry for her. It was because he understood that Feng Jin was so anxious. Ever since Chongqing was born, she had rarely pretended to cry, let alone wail loudly. He quickly followed the sound and saw Chongqing squatting on the ground, curled into a ball. The surrounding servants wanted to go up and hug her, but she waved them away. Chongqing! Chongqing! Feng Jin went up and hugged Chongqing. She heard a familiar voice and cried even harder. He then realized that there were a few red marks on Chongqing's face. They were dripping with blood, obviously caused by a sharp object. Father! Wah! It hurts, Chongqing cried miserably and kept reaching out to wrap her arms around Feng Jin's neck. Her face was covered in tears. The tears were salty and flowed into the wounds. It was extremely painful. Feng Jin saw the fingernail marks on her face and was so angry that his whole body trembled. The surrounding servants trembled and knelt down. Feng Jin suppressed his anger and asked, "How did Sun Xianyangzi's face become like this? What are you still doing here? Hurry and get the doctor here. If Sun Xianyangzi's face is damaged, which one of you can bear the responsibility?" Someone went to get the doctor to come to the Feng residence. The other servants knelt on the ground and trembled. Feng Ren and Feng Gue rushed over and thought it was a small matter. Seeing the marks on Chongqing's face, their faces immediately darkened. What happened? Who did this to Sun Xianyangzi's face? Feng Ren was usually reserved, but at this moment, he seemed terrifying and heavy. The servant woman trembled and said, "Two Sun Langjun and Sun Xianyangzi were playing. When the three of them were playing, they were accidentally hurt by Sun Xianyangzi's fingernails." Sun Xianyangzi cried and asked for second Langjun. When he heard that the injury on Chongqing's face was related to his two sons, Feng Gue was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Second brother, I will definitely give you an explanation regarding this matter. Those two unfilial sons are so disloyal. If one were to say that the child was young and immature, and that it was inevitable for him to get hurt in a fight, this could be justified. However, with such a long fingernail, it could leave a bloody mark on a person's face. This was a serious matter. Not only did Feng Gue have to discipline his two youngest sons, he also had to deal with the female servants around them. "Big brother." Feng Jin interrupted Feng Gui's words. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Let's get to the bottom of this matter first. Chongqing has been spoiled by little brother. Usually, he likes to cause trouble and has a stubborn temperament. Perhaps Chongqing bullied my two nephews, hee. Feng Jin was just being polite and giving Feng Gue some face. If he really wanted to hold it against him, that would be a joke. Feng Gue had two children, one was 3 years old and the other was almost 2 years old. Chongqing was at most 1.5 years old. Who was the bully? Chongqing cried pitifully and patted Feng Jin's shoulder. As she cried, she kicked her legs and protested her innocence. "I didn't bully them, they scratched me. It hurts, it hurts." Feng Jin patted his daughter's head comfortingly and waited for the doctor to come and take a look. Fortunately, the child's skin was tender and the wound wasn't deep. It would be fine after applying some medicine for external injuries. However, because the child's injury healed quickly, the wound would be itchy when it healed. The female servants had to be careful not to let Chongqing scratch her wound. Wei Jingxian, who was in the backyard, heard the news and rushed over. When she saw the bright red wound on Chongqing's face, she almost lost her balance. At this point, the entire sequence of events had been investigated. Chongqing's face was indeed scratched by the two children. Feng Gue looked at his son's fingernails angrily. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak. After all, she was the wife of a noble family. No matter how dissatisfied Feng Gue was with his wife, he still had to give her the respect she deserved. If the two legitimate sons were taken away from her, it would be no different from a slap in the face. A few years ago, it was still all right. Madame Fengdu's performance wasn't outstanding, but it was still passable. She seriously followed her mother to learn how to manage the household. However, after the second legitimate son was born, her temperament became more and more gloomy. She showed her true colors and was paranoid all day long. She was even jealous of the maidservants who had already been married off. She ordered people to slap her for no reason. She thought that she had two legitimate sons by her side and became more and more unreasonable. Now, it was even better. She had already fallen into a demonic trap and couldn't even focus on the lives of her two sons. Father! Father! Feng Gui's two children shrunk their necks, seeming to realize the severity of the situation. Before Feng Gue could speak, Madame Fengdu had already pulled the two children behind her, one arm and one shoulder respectively. Looking at Madame Fengdu's crude actions, Feng Gue endured it again and again. His eyes were filled with malice. Madame Fengdu looked indignantly at Changxing, who was in Feng Jin's arms. Without waiting for Wei Jingxian to speak, Madame Fengdu struck first. She said, "Sister-in-law, although you are from a small family, you are still a noble daughter of an aristocratic family. Didn't your elders teach you to take care of your husband and teach your children? Look at the B** star you've raised. He doesn't know anything else, but he's good at complaining." Slap! Almost at the same time, Feng Jin raised his hand to block Feng Gui's right hand. Wei Jingxian had already rushed forward and slapped her. Seeing this, Feng Jin felt helpless. This Madame Fengdu was indeed formidable. She could make his eldest brother, who had cultivated for more than 20 years, break down. He alone could only stop Feng Gue, but he couldn't stop his own wife. Even Feng Jin felt his face hurt when he saw Jingxian slap. "What did you say just now?" Madame Feng rushed over, surrounded by servants. When she heard Madame Fengdu's words, she was so angry that she trembled. Could such a vicious woman really be the matriarch of the Feng family? She had chosen so many women, and the woman she chose was actually this kind of trash. As a mother-in-law, she could tolerate other minor problems. After a few years of careful treatment, she might still be able to be cured. But now, she was clearly rotten to the core. A matriarch not only had to have a good family background to be competent, but most importantly, she had to be educated and knowledgeable. Did she have that? Feng Gue was stopped by Feng Jin. He suppressed the anger that was surging in his heart. He said, "Send your first madam back to her room." Madame Fengdu was also speechless. She spat out all the resentment she usually had. She felt remorseful, but seeing Feng Gui's attitude, she thought that he was trying to protect her. Her trembling heart calmed down slightly. When she returned to her room, her weak legs finally felt like they were stepping on solid ground. She didn't realize that her two sons weren't sent back together. Instead, they were carried by servants to the back hall. Their fingernails were carefully cut, and their bodies were checked for internal injuries. Then, they were sent to the main courtyard where Feng Ren and his wife lived. No matter how good Feng Gui's temper was, there was still a limit to his tolerance. His bottom line was very clear. One was his clan, and the other was his family. Chapter 595. Feng Jin sensed something was amiss and was afraid that Feng Gue was going to write the divorce papers. Although he did not have a good impression of this sister-in-law, if he divorced her, it would involve his brother's family affairs. Feng Jin did not care whether Feng Ming divorced his wife or not, but if the reason was because of Changxing, Feng Jin could not sit back and do nothing. Feng Gue could tell that Feng Jin was worried. He sighed and said, "Don't think too much. It has nothing to do with immortality." After saying this, he apologized to Feng Ren and his wife. Madame Feng Du was the wife of a noble family. Divorcing was not only a matter between husband and wife, but also a big deal for the whole Feng family. Feng Gue was not the clan leader yet. This matter would certainly cause some trouble for Feng Ren. Madame Feng helped him up. "It's been hard on my son. In the end, it's all my fault, choosing such an unreliable person." Madame Feng Du had a good reputation in Zhongzhou, and her family background was also strong. From this, it could be inferred that her knowledge, upbringing, and virtue were definitely not weak. Madame Feng had also noticed these points, which was why she had included Madame Feng Du as a key candidate. After a few rounds of investigation, Madame Feng Du was indeed outstanding. Who would have known that there was such a huge difference in the national conditions of Zhongzhou and Dongqing? Even the standards of aristocratic ladies were as different as heaven and earth. Feng Gull hurriedly said, "I'm unfilial. I didn't cultivate my inner qi, and I've troubled you many times. Now, it's time for an end." Feng Gue could tolerate Madame Feng Du's small problems. They were merely greedy, power-hungry, jealous and narrow-minded. The Feng family was wealthy and she was the matriarch of the clan. In the end, she would definitely be the one in charge of the clan's finances. Feng Gue was very indifferent to such matters. Before entering the clan, Madame Feng Du had never had a servant. After entering the clan, she had never taken a concubine. As time passed, she would understand. As for narrow-mindedness, as long as it did not affect official business, it was fine. He had hinted a few times, but the other party had turned a deaf ear. Did he think Feng Gue wouldn't want to correct him? Feng Gue tried a few times, but the other party pretended to be blind or repeatedly made mistakes. What could he do? He didn't give her any face and pointed it out in front of outsiders. Husband and wife were one. If he didn't give Madame Feng Du the respect and face she deserved, what was the difference between that and slapping himself in public? It was useless for Feng Gue to talk to her in private, and it was also useless for her to ask her mother for advice. His understanding only made her more arrogant. He didn't mind Madame Feng Du's family background and appearance, but her manner of speech, upbringing, and knowledge had to be up to standard. If she couldn't even do these things, she would only harm the next generation of the Feng clan if she continued to sit on the position of the matriarch. Feng Gue had thought that even if she couldn't be a good wife, she could at least be a good mother. The result? His two sons' fingernails had not been trimmed for a long time and the gaps between their nails were filled with black stains. Feng Gue could even imagine Madame Feng Du cursing and neglecting her two young sons. Don't throw the blame on the servants. Even your own mother didn't do her best, how could you expect a group of servants to be considerate? Feng Gue was utterly disappointed in Feng Gue. His subordinates were incompetent and his mother was heartless. He picked up his pen and wrote a letter of separation instead of a letter of divorce to save the faces of both families. Feng Jin's lips trembled as he tried to persuade him. However, his elder brother had already made up his mind, so there was no point in trying to persuade him. Changxing was keenly aware that the atmosphere among the adults was not quite right. She sobbed softly and nestled in Wei Jingxian's arms, not daring to cry. After finishing the last stroke, Feng Gui's expression was as dark as ink. Bobo. No one knew when, but Changxing had left Wei Jingxian's embrace and moved to Feng Gui's side. She raised her hand and tugged at his sleeve, looking as if she had done something wrong. Feng Gui sighed and stroked Changxing's little braid. On the matter of the children, Madame Feng Du was at fault, and so was he. His eldest son was 3 years old and his youngest son was 2 years old. They were both legitimate sons and older than Chongqing, but they were not as strong as her. Uncle apologizes to Chongqing on behalf of my two younger cousins. Don't make them angry, okay? Feng Gue said gently. They are older than Chongqing, but they did not fulfill their duties as brothers. Uncle will punish them when we get back. When they realize their mistake, they will apologize to Chongqing. Chongqing nodded and grunted in agreement. Her tear-stained face revealed a silly smile. Seeing this, Feng Gue felt even more emotional. His younger sister-in-law was a good person, taking good care of the children and family. Feng Jin was rather worried, afraid that this matter would become a thorn in the side between the brothers. Madame Feng Du waited in the room for a long time until Feng Gue returned under the dim moonlight. Lang Jun, thinking of what had happened, Madame Feng Du's confidence faltered. Feng Gue said, "Sit down, let's talk." Feng Gue was educated to respect his wife. As long as there were no accidents, the husband and wife would be bound together for life. For the sake of family harmony, adequate communication was very important. When they had just gotten married, he would often find time to talk to Madame Feng Du and get to know her better. But what happened in the end? Madame Feng Du ended the conversation the moment she opened her mouth. After a few times, Feng Gue, who was hot-headed, calmed down. The relationship between husband and wife was only superficial. Madame Feng Du sat opposite him, feeling uneasy. She secretly observed Feng Gue's expression as she apologized. Lang Jun, what happened today was indeed your servant's fault, Feng Gue said. Chongqing is at most 1.5 years old. As her eldest aunt, as an elder, you were not kind to the younger generation. Is there anything wrong with that? Madame Feng Du's face turned pale, as if it had been painted with a layer of white paint. Previously, she was the one who ended the conversation. This time, it was Feng Gue. Isn't this younger sister-in-law's fault for not raising her daughter well? Chongqing is young, but precisely because she is young, she needs to be properly raised. Feng Gue said with a cold expression, by properly raised, you mean you instigated your son to bully her? Madame Feng Du widened her eyes in shock, looking frightened. Feng Gue laughed coldly and said, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, not to mention the Feng residence where there are many mouths. As the wife of a noble family, you are not strict enough with your subordinates. The maidservants you bribed confessed everything with a little trick. It's been more than 4 years, why haven't you improved at all? Madame Feng Du was embarrassed and speechless. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Your servant, did I reprimand you for slapping Cueyun? Cueyun was Feng Gue's personal maidservant. She had been betrothed a year or 2 ago. Because of her good looks, Madame Feng Du, who looked calm, was jealous of her and slapped her 20 times in public, almost killing her. At the mention of Cueyun, Madame Feng Du seemed to gain some confidence. Lang Jun did not reprimand me, but he did say a few words. Furthermore, was Lang Jun's protection of that vixen fake? Feng Gue retorted, that was a maidservant who took care of me for a whole 15 years. People's hearts are made of flesh. Do you wish for me to be a cold-hearted and heartless person? She had already been betrothed to someone whom Feng Gue valued. There was no reason for Madame Feng Du to be jealous. Forget it, talking was too tiring. After chatting for a while, they still ended up talking to each other. Feng Gue took out a bamboo tube from his sleeve. It was covered with incense. Take it. Madame Feng Du was stunned. She received it with trembling hands and opened it to take a look. She immediately collapsed to the ground, the pearls and jade on her head scattered all over the floor. Chapter 596. Madame Feng Du trembled as she held the letter that seemed frivolous, but to her, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. You, how dare you divorce me? Madame Fondue seemed to have yet to recover from the shock of reality. She couldn't help but pinch her own arm. This was definitely a nightmare, not reality. How could Fondue write a divorce letter? Because she called Chongqing Ibi *tch. Fondue frowned imperceptibly and said helplessly, "It's a separation, not a divorce. Although you've made mistakes in small matters, you've done nothing major. I have no right to divorce you. What's more, the culture in Zhongzhou seems to be especially strict towards women who have been divorced." Before he could finish, Madame Fondue screamed shrilly, "You know it too. Why did you write a divorce letter like this? You're trying to force me to my death. Feng Huaizhang, you're so cruel. Never divorce. Never divorce. Unless you poison me with a glass of poisonous wine." It wasn't that Fondue had never seen a crazy woman or a shrew, but he had never imagined that Madame Fondue would behave in such a deranged manner. She didn't have a shred of composure, only hysteria and stubbornness. Even now, she didn't know what she had done wrong. "Do you know your status?" Fondue sighed. His voice was still calm, but every word was like a nail piercing into Madame Fondue's heart. "You've been the matriarch of the Fong family for 4 years. Do you know what your responsibilities are? Manage the internal affairs, manage the internal affairs, manage the household affairs, manage the servants, handle the clan's affairs, mediate the clan's internal conflicts, prepare for the clan's sacrificial ceremonies. Which of these have you done?" A matriarch didn't just manage the inner courtyard of a small family. She had to manage many other things. When she had just married, Fondue felt that she was still a young girl and had not come into contact with these matters, so he asked his mother to help her. But what happened? After 4 years of learning, she was only a dabbler. She couldn't handle one matter properly and instead blamed Madame Fondue for holding the power. A matriarch is the role model that all the women in the Fong family need to learn from. Tell me, is there anything about you that's worth learning from? In order to gain fame and gain the favor of other men, you injured your own feet, causing your body to be afflicted with a malady, causing you to scratch your head when you walk. Madame Fondue's face was pale, as if she had put on a thick layer of white powder. Let's not talk about this first. The atmosphere in Zhongzhou isn't righteous. The great scholars of the aristocratic families pursue these unorthodox things. This is the way it is. I can't blame a girl who is inexperienced. But is it also the style of Zhongzhou to be talkative, to make up stories, and to make up stories? This couldn't be blamed on the outside world. It could only be said that he had poor self-restraint. Fondue was now a chatterbox. He could not bear to say things that would hurt her, but now he was spilling them all out one by one. I've mentioned it to you more than once, but when have you not turned a deaf ear? How many people in the clan are laughing at you? You can't be a member of the royal family just by putting on makeup and putting on makeup all day long. You've been married into the clan for more than 4 years. Don't you feel that because of your influence, the atmosphere in the clan has become more impetuous? An upright family is the foundation of the inheritance. I can't harm the Fong family because of you. Madame Fondue was almost unable to breathe. After a while, she said bitterly, "Isn't it because of your mother's meddling? She always says that I'm not doing well here and there. She's already so old, yet I'm still so greedy for power and lack of respect. She forced me." Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a deafening applause. Fondue had slammed his palm on the table beside him. The force was so great that the entire table shook slightly. Fondue looked at his reddened palm with a complicated look in his eyes. "Your heart, what is it made of? Are you heartless and unscrupulous?" Feng Gue said, "Has mother ever mistreated you these past few years? She should be enjoying the happiness of a family, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. If it weren't for you, why would she still worry about you at such an old age?" Madame Fengdu was truly frightened by Feng Gui's move. She thought that he would raise his hand to slap her, but in the end, his hand landed on the table. "Let's get a divorce. After all, we're husband and wife. Let's keep our dignity. It's for the good of our 2 children." Madame Fengdu's molars trembled. She was still unwilling. "Feng Huizhang, do you have someone in your heart? Which vixen has seduced your soul? That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Feng Gue, who had always tolerated her, suddenly lose his temper and want a divorce? It must be because he had someone he liked and wanted her to give up her position. If I really had someone in my heart, I would have welcomed her into the family openly. What could you do to me?" Feng Gue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt that it was not worth it. It had been 4 years, yet he still hadn't gained the slightest bit of trust from this person. Who is that person? Could it be that little slut? That B***starred Chongqing is actually yours and your sister-in-law's. If that wasn't the case, why would he have such a huge reaction when he had merely called Chongqing a B***starred? Madame Fengdu's eyes shone fiercely. She gritted her molars fiercely. Feng Gue didn't recognize her at all. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. "If you say another word of nonsense and wear away our last shred of affection, believe me, there will be more than a cup of poisoned wine in front of you." When Madame Fengdu heard this, her face turned as white as snow. Everyone wanted to live, and she was no exception. Earlier, when she said that she would rather have a cup of poisoned wine than a divorce, she had only said it out of anger. She had always known that Feng Gue had a good temperament. He was gentle and dignified, as if even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't frown. This kind of personality gradually made her fearless. Reality proved that she really didn't understand Feng Gue. When this person hardened his heart, even she was afraid. Feng Gue said, "I have also seen the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women in Zhongzhou. You should review it again and reflect on yourself. See which one you have done. Treat others strictly and be lenient with self-discipline. Is this the virtue of women that countless learned scholars in Zhongzhou hold in high esteem? It really makes me want to vomit. Carefully chew on every single word you have said before, then swallow them back into your stomach. If second brother and second sister-in-law become estranged because of your nonsense, not only will I give you a cup of poisoned wine, I will also personally send you on your way with a piece of white silk." Feng Gue had never thought that a husband and wife would have such an ugly quarrel and completely fall out. Feng Gue and his wife's divorce was not a small matter to the Feng family. After all, Madame Fengdu was already on the family tree. If they had a peaceful divorce, it wouldn't be as simple as packing up the dowry and rolling back to Zhongzhou. They would also have to erase their names from the family tree. The next day, when Madame Feng found out that Feng Gue and Madame Fengdu had a huge argument in the room, she felt rather guilty. "Wait for another 2 years. I will find you a real lady from a respectable family. I will not consider that nest of snakes and scorpions in Zhongzhou anymore." Feng Gue rubbed his brows. It was impossible not to remarry. The matriarch was very important to the Feng family. She could affect the prosperity and continuation of the entire clan. However, his 2 children were still too young. He wouldn't be at ease if he remarried in another 2 years. Chapter 597. Madame Fengdu was also impressive. She had created an unprecedented record, the first matriarch of a clan to divorce. When Feng Jin and Wei Jingxian received the news, Feng Ren, the clan leader, and several elders had already agreed to this matter. They opened the ancestral hall to remove the name. No matter how much Madame Madame Du made a ruckus, Feng Gue refused to see her. He sent over 100 troops to escort her back to Zhongzhou. As for the two young children, Feng Gue decided to take care of them himself. If he was too busy, he would ask his parents to help take care of them. Wei Jingxian sighed and said, "Eldest uncle hasn't had it easy all these years." There was a distinction between the old and the young, and between the legitimate wife and the concubine. Feng Gue was the Zongzi and had the right to inherit the clan. At the same time, he had to bear the burden of the entire Feng family. Power and responsibility coexisted. That's right. Big brother hasn't had it easy all these years. Father retired early, and the emperor secretly wanted to suppress the Feng family. His responsibility was also heavy. Feng Jin had always felt unhappy when he was young. Why was it that he and his younger brother couldn't compete with their older brother, even though they were both the sons of their parents? Could it be that they were much weaker than their older brother? As he grew older, he realized that not everyone could be a Zongzi. The pressure was too great. It was difficult to have a 1,000-year-old dynasty in the world, but there were 1,000-year-old families. But how could it be so easy for an aristocratic family to survive for 1,000 years? Every generation's clan leader not only had to stabilize the clan's position in the outside world, but they also had to eliminate the filthy atmosphere within the clan to ensure that the clan's inheritance would continue. The Feng family had been passed down with integrity, but people's hearts were complicated. When there was a conflict of interests, there would be filth. How could they maintain the integrity of the family? As the clan leader and Zongzi, not only did they have to unite the clansmen, they also had to clean up the clan's atmosphere and prevent future troubles. Although Feng Jin and Feng Ju could not inherit the Feng family, the family would not shortchange them in terms of food and clothing. They still had a certain degree of freedom. For example, during the earthquake, Feng Jin could take advantage of the situation and help Jiang Pingji. Not only could he get out of trouble, but he could also fulfill his ambition. Feng Ju, this rebellious brat, chose a wise master for the sake of his own ambitions. If it was Feng Gue, there was only death waiting for them. In the future, when the world is divided, Feng Gue's wise ruler will certainly not be his personal choice, but the choice of the entire Feng family. Changxing, who was in his arms, had sharp ears when she heard the word eldest uncle. She stretched her head to look outside the door and pouted in disappointment. "No, Bobo," Wei Jingxian said in surprise, "eldest uncle's child is quite faded. We've only met 2 or 3 times, but Changxing is so concerned about him." Feng Jin said, "Big brother has always liked children. I remember when I was young, father and mother were busy, and Huaying and I were taken care of by big brother. He keeps a close eye on the female servants, inspecting them every few days and punishing the servants in case they don't do their best." By the time Feng Ju was born, Feng Gue was already an adult. He had to do his homework and take care of his 2 younger brothers at the same time. Wei Jingxian imagined that scene and smiled. When Changxing gets older, she'll probably be a responsible older sister. Feng Jin smiled as he stroked Changxing's braids and asked her, "Does Changxing want to be a little sister?" Wei Jingxian glared at him and said, "Changxing is still young. What does she know? After the new year, she's already 2 years old. She's not young anymore." The couple's relationship grew better day by day. Coupled with Changxing's help, they became more and more attached to each other. Feng Jin's most important objective for his trip to Xiangyang County had been achieved. He was in no hurry to report back. Instead, he sent a messenger to Fengyi County. The rest of the time, he leisurely accompanied his wife and daughter. Well, he was actually taking the opportunity to slack off and take a vacation. stealing half a day of leisure. I can't even remember the last time I had such days. His days in the Feng residence were very comfortable. He ate and slept, slept and ate. 7 to 8 days passed in a row. His bones were aching. Wei Jingxian covered her lips and chuckled. Let's see how long you can slack off for. I dare to make a bet that you will return the number of days you have rested. Feng Jin looked gloomily at the accumulated snow outside the pavilion. Madam, whose side are you on? I'll be on the side of whoever is right. Wei Jingxian carried Chongqing away from Feng Jin's arms and said angrily, Chongqing has already glared at you several times. As a father, you're still pretending to be deaf and mute. She's your daughter, not a hot woman who can walk. If you want to keep her warm, get 2 maids. Feng Jin stood up embarrassedly. He looked a little humble. Chongqing was young, but her body was very warm. Feng Jin hugged her and felt warmer than a hot woman. You're not playing along. Wei Jingxian scolded softly. Feng Jin's expression became more and more ashamed. The messenger traveled day and night to deliver Feng Jin's letter to Jiang Pingji. She tore off the seal the moment she received it. Su Ku was rather worried. My lord, what's the result? Feng Jin said confidently, it's most likely good news. My lord is determined to win Shangyang County. Although the Feng family is a prestigious family in Dongqing, they don't have many troops. They've been able to defend Shangyang County for so long. They're already an arrow at the end of its flight. If my lord doesn't take over at the beginning of spring, they won't be able to last past next summer. Now that my lord has resorted to peaceful means before resorting to force, they'll definitely agree if they have the slightest bit of brains. Jiang Pingji did not speak. She opened the letter and read it carefully. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Good, 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 Jiang Pingji said good 3 times in a row. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Feng Jin frowned even more. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Following that, she said, Huayu has also learned to be treacherous. He's good at slacking off from work. As the saying goes, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away. Their whole family is holed up in Shangyang County. She really has no way of capturing them and bringing them back to work. Feng Zhen leaned forward slightly because he was nervous. When he heard the last part of her sentence, he almost choked on his saliva. My lord, did Huayu say anything? Su Ku coughed softly and pulled the topic back. Jiang Pingji said, the Feng family has already agreed to give up Shangyang County, but they've made some small, insignificant requests. Su Ku took the letter from Jiang Pingji's hands and read it carefully. He almost choked. If the Feng family's requests were agreed to, wouldn't it be a tacit agreement that they could jump ship from Jiang Pingji's territory at any time? Was this considered a small matter? Su Ku endured the pain of having a heart attack and passed the letter to the others to read. Feng Zhen and Qiguan Rang both frowned. The Feng family did not have much military power, but their reputation and power to rally supporters was unusually terrifying. What did reputation and power to rally supporters mean? His reputation among the scholarly and virtuous. Once the Feng family expressed their allegiance, the other party would be in high demand. For example, Jiang Pingji seemed to have plenty of talents around her, but who would willingly come to rely on her? Su Ku. He had originally sold himself to the Lu residence. Later, Jiang Pingji released his contract of slavery, but his body was branded with the Lu family's mark. Qiguan Rang. Jiang Pingji tricked him with flowery words. When he came to his senses, the pirate ship had already boarded. Moreover, their tempers were similar, so he half-heartedly agreed. Feng Jin. It was a little like taking advantage of someone's precarious situation. If the earthquake had not happened so suddenly, would Feng Jin have no choice but to choose Jiang Pingji? As for the others, Li Yun, the naive and innocent person, was picked up. Zhang Ping was tricked by Wei Ci. Yang Si walked right into the trap and accidentally jumped into the pit. Feng Zhen was introduced by Wei Ci through a letter. It was mostly because of Wei Ci, not Lu Shi or the entire Lu family. At the very most, only Wei Ci was willing to come on his own accord. But if not for the entanglement of the previous life, would he have chosen Zhang Pingji? Chapter 598. Looking at the social status of Jiang Pingji's subordinates. Feng Jin had the highest status. He was the second legitimate son of Dongqing's Feng family. Wei Ci was the descendant of a declining aristocratic family. The Wei family of Hejian had moved to Zhongzhou's Binzhou. He was alone now. Feng Zhen's family was in decline. His parents died early and his relatives were unreliable. He was a wastrel. Other than the three above, the social status of the others was even lower. Judging from the structure of these people, Jiang Pingji currently did not have the capital to attract talents to join her. However, if the Feng family expressed their attitude and was willing to stand on her side, the situation would be different. Even without Wei Ci tricking Ping, there would be capable people who would take the initiative to join her. They even lined up to join her. This was the appeal and reputation of the Feng family among the nobles. Su Ku knew the hidden dangers. He hoped that Jiang Pingji could weigh the pros and cons carefully. If he agreed easily, wouldn't he be nurturing a tiger and inviting trouble? Jiang Pingji actually said that a family that could jump ship at any time was insignificant. My lord, this is not like you. Su Ku shook his head with a puzzled expression. This was not like his lord's style. Letting the Feng family go meant sending a lot of talents and resources to a strong enemy in the future. At that moment, Jiang Pingji's streaming room was still open. There were experts in ancient Chinese among the audience. They translated the contents of the letter and analyzed the inside story. Although the audience was an onlooker, they had read many novels about politics and intrigue. There were many conspiracy theories and tricks. Jintian Sanging, streamer, isn't it too much of a loss for you to agree to this condition? According to the handsome Feng Zhen, the military forces in Shangyang County won't last until next summer. You can directly attack Shangyang County and it won't cost much. It's enough to capture the Feng family. If they find another way out in the future and backstab you in the back, it'll be too painful. It's better to be ruthless now and take preventive measures. Jintian Sanging, don't be anxious. The streamer must have her own considerations. Which expert can analyze it? Watching this streaming room, I feel that my IQ is not enough. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to find Taobao to increase my IQ by $100. Gui Kaiguo Fengxiu, I think that the streamer is doing the right thing. Yin Yueja Zhuge Qinmo, you're shameless. You really think you're Guijia? Gui Kaiguo Fengxiu, to the one above, if I didn't kneel down early, would there be a time when the world is divided? The live stream wasn't a peaceful place either, because the same ID challenged each other every day. Liu Siji Lianming, young people nowadays are not reliable. Let me analyze it and get the gist of it. First of all, do you still remember the strategy that the host made before? She wanted to weaken the power of the aristocratic families. In the early stages of development, she definitely couldn't let the aristocratic families take too much initiative. If the Feng family joined the alliance, she would probably be more passive. Secondly, the Feng family had entered the game so early and attracted too much hatred. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out gets shot. If Prince Changsho and the Emperor joined forces to get rid of her and then started a civil war, what would happen then? Thirdly, Feng Jin is still working under the host and they are good friends. Even if I don't give face to the monk, I still have to give face to the Feng family. Although I feel that the third reason is a bit nonsensical and the host isn't the kind of person who is soft-hearted, but adding it makes her seem more humane. Gui kai guo fengxiu. Of course, the most important thing is that the phone group doesn't like the streamer. When this bullet screen was sent out, it was followed by a string of 666, that's hurtful, old friend, and what kind of big truth are you saying? Jiang Pingji secretly took a deep breath and resisted the urge to grab these people and beat them up. Don't they know that people who are too honest usually don't live long? A melon that is forcefully twisted won't be sweet. Instead, it will taste bitter and make one's mouth dry. She snorted. It wasn't that she didn't know the importance of the Feng family, but she knew that they couldn't be forced. Instead of incurring hatred, why don't we go with the flow and form a good relationship with them? Your lord is broad-minded. Not only can she row a boat, but she can also race on dragon boats. I agree to this condition. To show my sincerity, I will personally make a trip to Shangyang. Absolutely not. How can the lord leave without permission? Su Ku, the housekeeper, couldn't sit still. How could the big boss not stay in his nest and run around? Wasn't she afraid of being caught and killed by others? Jiang Pingji snorted and said, "Oh, if I don't go to Shangyang County, why you will dare to come back after the new year?" Su Ku was speechless. Why was his lord still thinking about this matter? Feng Jin burst out laughing. He said, "I'm really worried. If the lord goes to Shangyang, I'm afraid you won't want to come back after the new year." Using the excuse of arresting employees who were absent from work, his lord was really sneaking away. Jiang Pingji secretly glared at Feng Jin. Couldn't this guy be a little more tacit? Suku still wanted to struggle and persuade her, but Wei Ci said, "If the lord goes to Shangyang County, have you thought about who you want to bring along?" The situation was hopeless. Suku was extremely tired. Jiang Pingji thought about it and said, "I originally thought that when Zheng is steady and experienced, it would be more reliable to go there to suppress the situation. But considering that he has been separated from his wife for more than a year, and now that he and his wife have finally reunited, I won't be a nuisance. The others have their own duties and can't leave easily. Why don't you go with me, Zixiao? But with your health, can you withstand the fatigue of the long journey?" Wei Ci's expression changed. He said, "I'm fine, but I'm busy with government affairs. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave." "Why don't we let Zisher?" Jiang Pingji cut him off and said, "Your body is still recuperating. It can't withstand heavy worldly tasks. Just throw it to Jing Rong. Anyway, he can do the work of two people. It'd be a waste not to use him. You're very meticulous. I have high hopes for you." Wei Ci was speechless. Yang Si, who had been singled out as a waste not to use him, laughed coldly. He was still in the government office. Did he think he was transparent? What did he mean by, "it'd be a waste not to use him"? Didn't his conscience hurt? Yang Si hadn't agreed to join them yet, but he was attracted by the delicacies and couldn't bear to leave for a while. Relying on the delicacies, he had nothing to fear and recklessly exploited his labor. How could Lu Shi be so thick-skinned? Did he know how to write the word thick-skinned? Suku had high hopes for Wei Ci. He had to keep his lord in check and not let anything happen to her. When one was outside and not in one's own territory, one would feel that everything was dangerous. When the 16 countries were in chaos, how did the feudal vassal forces that had the most hope of competing with the founding ancestor of Xia disintegrate? It was all because that feudal vassal was fond of hunting. He thought that he was highly skilled in martial arts and went out to roam freely. Then, he was shot in the heart by his enemy. Without a backbone, the heirs fought among themselves, the officials rebelled, and the huge forces fell apart. He was afraid that Jiang Pingji would also encounter such an accident. It wasn't safe outside. Although the Red Lotus Group and the Tsing-Yi army were in decline, there were still many mobs on the run. Jiang Pingji didn't worry about this. Everything was light and simple. There were only 40 to 50 guards. To ensure that the rear was guarded, she only brought Yan Yan, Feng Zhen, and Wei Ci. The one in the middle was purely because she was thick-skinned. Chapter 599. This is so unfair. The first snow had already fallen, and the intensity of the snow seemed to be increasing. Feng Zhen was so cold that he wanted to shiver. He couldn't help but search his hands for warmth. Because he had consumed too much hanshi powder in his early years, his fingernails were an unhealthy greenish-white color, his fingertips exuding a frightening chill. Jiang Pingji rode on Little White. She turned her head and asked him, "What's unfair?" Feng Zhen's eyes turned to the side. His hands clutched the reins awkwardly, and he also had to prevent the drifting snow from entering his collar. "Why is it that Zixiao can stay in the carriage, but I have to ride a horse? Is it called tempering the body? We're all sickly, so please don't treat us differently." Thinking about the unfair treatment he had received after leaving the city, Feng Zhen felt very wronged. Feng Zhen had already slowly gotten rid of the hanshi powder, and now he would not relapse even once in half a month. Even if he were to relapse, he would be able to slowly get over it with his own willpower. It was just that his damaged body still needed to be nursed back to health, so his daily alcohol intake was restricted. He had thought that he would be free once he came out and could have a good time. Who knew that his lord would be so biased? Wei Ci was a treasure, and he was a blade of grass. This was reflected in the fact that he could sit in a carriage, drink hot water, enjoy snacks. These benefits had nothing to do with him. Jiang Pingji smiled. Her phoenix eyes squinted in enjoyment. She steered her horse closer to Feng Zhen and said meaningfully, "Zisher, have you ever heard of the saying, 'Your honey is another's frost'?" Feng Zhen was also a clever person, and his comprehension ability was not bad. There was some doubt and confusion on his face. "You said that Zixiao also wants to exchange with me. Why?" Riding a horse in the middle of winter was simply a kind of torture. The wind and snow were still blowing outside, and no matter how many layers of clothes one wore, one would still feel bone-chilling cold. Wei Ci's physique was not as good as his. How could he be crazy enough to want to ride a horse? Jiang Pingji smiled faintly. "About that, I can't say." Feng Zhen thought about it, but he still didn't understand. In the end, he just gave up. He said, "I don't care anymore. I want to enjoy life in the carriage, and he wants to suffer outside. Why don't we swap places and have the best of both worlds?" Jiang Pingji added, "I won't allow it. He won't exchange with you." Feng Zhen, who was about to retreat, paused. He asked her in a lazy and direct manner, "Why? He's better looking than you. If Zixiao's lips turn purple from the cold wind, my heart will ache." Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile. She did not hide the fact that she was obsessed with good looks. "If Zixia shivers in the cold, not only will I not feel sorry for him, I can even laugh at you." As long as it was something that Jiang Pingji was unwilling to do, even if Wei Ci was against it in his heart, he would still be obedient verbally. Feng Zhen wanted to switch places with Wei Ci. If Jiang Pingji didn't agree, Wei Ci would never leave the carriage. Feng Zhen almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face. He hadn't expected that his lord was not only shameless but also had a foul mouth. Her ability to play dirty was even deeper than his. He was not as good-looking as Wei Xiai, but did a man need to be so good-looking? Was there a need? The answer was necessary, because this was a world where appearances mattered, and he still had a lord who mattered. The audience in the streaming room praised Jiang Pingji's straightforwardness. They also felt sorry for Feng Zhen. Jin Tian Dazi Gung, ha ha ha, I love such an honest streamer. She says whatever she wants to say. Talent Junhuanda, system, your good friend Feng Zhen's favorability towards you has dropped by 233 points. You are currently in a state of hatred. Senpai Shiriozo, my lord, my heart hurts. This world where appearances mattered is cold and heartless. Chun Zui Xia Wuqiu Wuli, with the streamer's honest mouth, will it really not anger your strategist and drive him away? Can't wake up Dong Sanhua, I watch the streamer dissing people every day. Those who can scold her can't beat her, and those who can beat her, haven't been born yet. Reality proved that Feng Zhen was a joker. He often provoked Jiang Pingji, but she was not allowed to retaliate. A thought flashed through Feng Zhen's mind. He whispered to her, raising his eyebrows. He seemed to have some hidden meaning. He joked, could it be that my lord is also interested in that? That's not easy. Zixiao still has to get married and have children to carry on the family line. Jiang Pingji looked at him with disdain. What's in your head? Can't I simply admire other people's beauty? Feng Zhen couldn't continue. He thought about Wei Xi's face. It was very stunning when he first saw it, but after getting familiar with it, he didn't feel anything. Jiang Pingji added, this is human nature. If it were you, would you bear to let a beauty suffer in the cold wind? Beauty equals Wei Xi. Feng Zhen seemed to have thought of something. He examined Jiang Pingji seriously and said sternly, Zixiao is a real man. He is serious and has a sensitive personality. My lord, please tell me these jokes. I'm just a wanderer. I don't mind meat and vegetables, because I won't take it seriously. It's not worth the taboo of a conversation. But if Zixiao hears it, he won't say anything on the surface, but his thoughts will definitely run wild. If Jiang Pingji was as muddle-headed as Wei Xi, she would definitely be courting death. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji replied, I know what I'm doing, I won't go overboard. I've experienced Zixiao's temper a few years ago. How would I dare to purposely be muddle-headed and make him angry? I'm just joking with you in private. You won't tell him about this, will you? Wei Xi was a little princess. Jiang Pingji would crack a little joke, but she would never go overboard. She had been pinching the right size. Seeing that Jiang Pingji was serious, Feng Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. If it was just a joke, he naturally wouldn't be worried. The alarm was lifted. Feng Zhen teased, my lord, you are very knowledgeable. Zixiao's looks are rare in this world. If he is the standard, how many people in the world will be overshadowed? Jiang Pingji secretly despised Feng Zhen. Just now, he was seriously advising her not to cause a ruckus. Now, he turned around and teased Wei Xi's appearance. Indeed, he had no integrity. When Jiang Pingji heard Feng Zhen call himself a wanderer, she pouted. Sleeping with women all year round. You call yourself a wastrel, but you're flattering yourself. When he was reckless, he was even more of a hooligan than a prodigal son. Feng Zhen had an expression that said, you're just a kid and you don't understand. Kids don't understand. This is called maturity. When the Lord grew older and understood the matters between men and women, she wouldn't say that. Living in this world, one's first needs were clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, followed by eating, drinking, and playing. The sage also said that food and lust were natural. When men reach an age, they like women and women like men. How normal is that? Jiang Pingji ridiculed him coldly. According to what you said, are those men who like men considered normal? Fengzhen clicked his tongue and said in disdain, I'm not attracted to men, but men are also lustful. Naturally, it's normal. Jiang Pingji was speechless. This person was so thick-skinned that he could block an energy cannon. She frowned and thought of something. Tell me, if you have a conflict with someone, how should you coax them back? Chapter 600. We can be considered good friends. We had some misunderstandings a while ago. Didn't you say that you're a playboy with no experience? Fengzhen sneered. My lord is still a green fledgling. I'm a playboy who plays around with women. All I get are warm and fragrant. Friendship is different from love between a man and a woman. Has my lord angered a close confidant, or has she angered a close friend? Jiang Pingji was speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked Little White to walk faster and said, I don't want to answer. Fengzhen laughed heartily. Could it be that my lord is shy? It was obviously useless to ask Fengzhen for advice. This guy was not serious. The audience in the streaming room volunteered. 3 heads were better than Zhuge Liang. They had 150,000 onlookers. How could they not complete this task? The two of them chatted enthusiastically. When it came to happy topics, Fengzhen laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. He had no intention of being reserved. In the carriage, Wei Ci lifted the curtain and opened the window from time to time. The cold air that rushed into his face made him choke violently. He vaguely saw 2 figures on horseback in front of the group. He let out a long sigh. No one knew what he was thinking, but he closed the window with a bang. Out of sight, out of mind. After half a year of reorganization, the other 3 districts of Fengyi County had slowly regained their liveliness. The city walls and streets had been renovated. However, after leaving Fengyi County, the scene outside was shocking. The roadside was filled with white bones. There were no strong men within 100 miles. Only the old, weak, women and children were left in rags. Along the way, they could always find frozen corpses under the thick snow. They were all as thin as firewood and unbearable to look at. Jiang Pingji pressed down on the hood of her windproof cloak. She had already sent the weak Fengzhen into the carriage. Jokes aside, it was not suitable for Fengzhen to stay outside for long in this weather. Little White walked slowly with steady footsteps. The bell on his neck rang rhythmically with each step he took. His ponytail swayed. The wind and snow were heavy these few days. They could only choose to travel during the day and rest at night to avoid the wind and snow. It was so inconvenient for them, let alone the people. Next year, I hope the people of Wanzhou will have a place to hide. My lord keeps her words. The people of Wanzhou are blessed. The tip of Wei Ci's nose was slightly red from the cold. The group took shelter from the wind and snow in an uninhabited village. Fengzhen drank a jar of wine, then hugged his blanket and went to sleep in the carriage. I hope so. Jiang Pingji sat next to the bonfire. She rested her chin on one hand and held a branch in the other to stir the flames. She was confident that she could take over all of Wanzhou next year, but she didn't dare boast that she could provide enough food and clothing for the millions of people in the state. The responsibility was too great. She could only say that she would do her best, but she did not dare to guarantee anything. The wind and snow outside are so heavy, and the weather is so cold. Why don't you stay in the carriage? What are you doing out here in the cold? Jiang Pingji squeezed his hands naturally. His warm palms felt like they were touching a lump of ice. Wei Ci's expression changed. He subconsciously wanted to retract his hand, but how could he do it with that little bit of strength? My lord, he lowered his voice. I've been in the carriage for a day. I'm a little bored, so I came down to take a breather. Jiang Pingji didn't go overboard. She let go of his hands and pointed at the bonfire with a natural expression. Let's warm it up. Your hands are too cold. It's better to stay in the carriage. Look at Zisher. After eating dinner and drinking wine, he refuses to let go of his blanket. He won't get out of the carriage no matter what I say. The walls of the carriage were filled with warm padding, and blankets woven from sheep wool were hung. The bedding and blankets were specially thickened. Even if they didn't use a hot pot or a charcoal basin, even if they only wore light clothes, they wouldn't feel cold. It was obvious that Wei Xiai and Feng Zhen's carriage had been specially modified. Not only was it stable, but the interior was also very warm. Wei Xiai lowered his eyelids and pursed his lips. He stared at the bonfire in a daze. Have you been at odds with me recently? Jiang Pingji suddenly asked him. Wei Xiai was speechless. If he hadn't restrained himself, he would have had the urge to jump and run away. He asked with an ugly expression, Why do you say that, my lord? Intuition, she said. Is it because of what happened with Wenjing? I just specially instructed him to do something. It's more convenient for him to do it. Wei Xiai didn't say a word. He felt that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. Now, I'm in a rather awkward situation. Jiang Pingji rubbed her face with both hands. She sounded a little sad and pitiful. There's a pack of wolves watching me from behind. I don't even know who's my enemy and who's my friend. Maybe one wrong step and I'll fall into a bottomless abyss. Wei Xiai was moved. Why do you say that, my lord? Is someone trying to harm you? She smiled bitterly. What else? There are people who want my life, 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups, both openly and in the dark. I know who the traitor is, but I can't do anything to her. It's not that I don't have the ability to do anything, but I can't. Once I do, I'll alert the enemy. It's really frustrating. Wei Xi's heartstrings were tugged. He looked at her in a daze. Was this person's situation so difficult in the early stages? How was that possible? When Wei Xiai followed her in his previous life, she was already the overlord of one of the few major forces in the world. She annexed the power and territory of Wei Xi's former master. There were very few people in the world who could stop her from ascending to the throne. In the next few years, she swept across the world. Now, although the beginning was different, shouldn't it be smoother with her identity as a member of the gentry? So, for my lord, Wenjing is someone worth entrusting your life to. Jiang Pingji said, Wenjing can be entrusted with his family, but you can entrust your life. Wei Xi's expression changed. He quickly turned his face away, feeling uncomfortable all over. Just now, he felt that the temperature of the campfire was not high enough. Now, he felt hot and uncomfortable. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He found a lame reason to slip away. Jiang Pingji looked at his disheveled figure as he walked away. She held her chin and muttered, Is the suggestion of those onlookers to sell their misery really feasible? It seemed that the effect was not bad. The audience in the streaming room did not know who Jiang Pingji was making friends with. They gathered their wisdom and effort and came up with more than 10 plans. The most feasible one was to secretly reveal some tragic facts to make people soft-hearted. It was called selling misery. As long as the atmosphere was right, it would definitely make people soft-hearted. Not to mention that Jiang Pingji's style had always been tough. If she suddenly sold misery, the effect would be outstanding. The next day, Feng Zhen noticed that Jiang Pingji had a faint smile on her face. She was in a good mood. Fengzhen frowned and asked, "My lord is in a good mood?" "Yes." Fengzhen felt the breath of spring. It snowed heavily for 3 consecutive days. The accumulated snow could almost cover half of one's calf. The carriage wheels rolled over the snow, making a crunching sound. Fengzhen said worriedly, "The snow is so heavy. Will it crush the houses?" "It's fine. My lord already has a plan to deal with it." Wei Xiai was not worried at all. Xiangyang district had done a good job in dealing with the accumulated snow last year. This year, it was spread throughout Fengyi County. Chapter 601. My lord, the snow is too heavy. I'm afraid there's no way to take a shortcut. For the sake of safety, it's safer to take the main road. Wei Xiai looked at the snow. The snowflakes were as big as feathers. They floated on his face and stuck close to him. Not long after, they turned into ice water. Jiang Pingji could only nod her head helplessly. The snowstorm was too strong and the accumulated snow was too deep. Not only did it make it more difficult to travel, but it also slowed them down. The snow had covered half of their calves. Regardless of whether it was the horse or the carriage, they had to carefully check the path before moving forward to avoid falling into a pit. Now that they were in the middle of nowhere, if they were to encounter such an unlucky accident, it would be terrible. Jiang Pingji looked at the bleak sky outside and could only nod in agreement. They had been on the road for the past few days, and the Livestream viewers were bored as well. They would chat and joke around as usual to kill time. Jiang Pingji was also bored. Fengzhen was afraid of the cold, so he hid in the carriage. Wei Xiai wanted to come out, but she chased him back. Fortunately, she had a live broadcast room with her, and the 150,000 idle people could chat and joke with her. Don't dare to eat dinner. Although ancient technology is backward, the environment is very clean. If it were us, we wouldn't know if the snow falling from the sky was white or black snow. When he was young, he used to have snowball fights with his friends. Now, he couldn't think about it anymore. Yingjia's Wishuo, I'm so envious that you can have a snowball fight. My hometown is in the south. It's the southern water town. I've never seen snow since I was young. Watching cartoons or romantic dramas, the protagonists would play in the snow, have snowball fights, or build snowmen, and they would be super envious. Nianji Hao, what's there to be envious about? Cartoons are all lies. Which romance drama doesn't have filters? Watching the male and female leads laughing and frolicking in the snow, this was only in a romance drama. In reality, the cleaning auntie would have already shoveled away the snow. Tian Shouxian, it's not easy being a cleaner. They swept away the snow, so they could only imagine making a snowman and having a snowball fight. If you don't, do you know how dirty the ground will be after the snow melts? It had been stepped on until it was black and dirty. Riri Feishing, but the host doesn't have a cleaner. Why don't they have a snowball fight or make a snowman? Regarding this suggestion, Jiang Pingji gave 2 words of wisdom. Host V, so ugly. Jiang Pingji was so straightforward that the audience in the streaming room felt another wave of heartache. The snow was boundless, and there was only the sound of wheels and horses' hooves running over the snow, and the howling of the wind. From time to time, Jiang Pingji raised her hand to flick away the accumulated snow on her cloak to prevent the snow from melting and wetting the cloak. Your Highness, there's someone lying on the official road ahead, he's still breathing. Jiang Pingji was not in a hurry. If she found someone lying in the snow and still breathing, she would definitely think of a way to save him. The soldiers at the front were scouting the way. Firstly, it was to ensure that the carriages and horses could pass smoothly. Secondly, it was to ensure that there might be survivors. Jiang Pingji frowned and said, "Save them and put them in the carriage at the back." The soldier looked troubled. He said, "My lord, that person seems to be a disciple of the Red Lotus Group." The Red Lotus Group. Jiang Pingji raised her brows. The Tsingyi army was causing trouble in Fengyi County and Xiangyang County, but the Red Lotus Group's influence was in Qingda County and other places. So far, she had only fought with the Tsingyi army. She had not had much contact with the Red Lotus Group. "Are you sure?" she asked. The soldier replied, "There's a flame-shaped tattoo on the front of that person's arm. It's one of the symbols of the Red Lotus Group." Flame-shaped tattoo. She thought about the information related to the Red Lotus Group. In the Red Lotus Group, the most ordinary members were the people who occupied the territory. They prayed to the gods worshipped by the Red Lotus Group every day. Apart from being exploited a little, they could still manage to get by. Compared to the violence of the Tsingyi army, the Red Lotus Group was soft violence and brainwashed people. Those who were slightly more advanced were the small members. They would wear a token with a flame-shaped tattoo on their body to prove their identity. Those who were slightly more advanced were the apostles who managed these small members. They would have a flame-shaped tattoo on their arm. Even though the apostles couldn't be considered small leaders, they still had 100 or so commoners under them. "My lord, should we save him?" Jiang Pingji said, "Yes, but let's get some information from that person. Don't you think it's very suspicious that an apostle of the Red Lotus Group fainted in a world of ice and snow? Remember not to let him escape. Send someone to keep a close eye on him." The soldier cupped his fists and responded. After inspection, the man with the Red Lotus Group's symbol on his arm had fainted from hunger. That was why he had collapsed in the snow. If they hadn't happened to pass by, the man might have been buried in the snow in another 2 to 4 hours and frozen to death without a sound. Wei Xiai asked when he heard the commotion outside. Jiang Pingji turned her head and said, "It's nothing. We found a guy from the Red Lotus Group who fainted from hunger in the snow. We saved him. He didn't think too much about it. As long as it wasn't an assassin targeting her, it was fine." Ever since Jiang Pingji acted pitifully last night, Wei Xiai had carefully integrated and analyzed all the information he knew. He was more and more surprised. He thought that Jiang Pingji had a good start and that all the changes were in her favor. Now that he had heard her heartfelt words, he felt that things were not that simple. These changes were not all good. Maybe it was related to the demon that Master Liaochen mentioned. How did the current history differ from the past he knew? He thought it was Lu Shi, but when he looked back, he overturned his guess. Unfortunately, he left Dongqing too early in his previous life. He only had a rough understanding of the situation in Dongqing. Hearing that the soldier had saved another person, Wei Xiai didn't pay much attention. When the night gradually darkened, Jiang Pingji and the others had to find a place to shelter from the wind for the night. The man who had been rescued had also woken up. The soldier cooked soft porridge for him as instructed. He had been starving for a long time, so it was not advisable to eat too greasy food or to eat too much. Warm porridge was suitable to warm his stomach. The soldier secretly tried to get information from the man, but he didn't know that the man was extremely vigilant. He didn't reveal anything for half a day. Helpless, the soldier could only go back and report to Jiang Pingji. "My lord, I'm guessing that the man isn't an ordinary person." "Oh. Why do you say so?" Jiang Pingji skewered the cold steamed bun and roasted it over the fire. It was roasted until the outside was sticky. Then she carefully put it to her mouth and took a bite. The soldier said, "This lowly one has probed him several times. This person is extremely vigilant. He ate 2 bowls of porridge in a row. He was obviously very hungry, but the way he ate was quite refined. The way he talked and behaved. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. He looks more like an educated and cultured person. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. She was vaguely interested. Summon that man. I'll interrogate him personally. In fact, there was no need to specifically get information out of him. There were too few people who could keep secrets in front of Jiang Pingji. The man who had been rescued was nearly 30 years old. His long hair was tied up on his head with a hemp rope. It was unknown how many days it had been since he washed. Even though it was winter, there was an indescribable stench on his body. His hair was even more stuck together in bundles, floating with dust. His fingernails had not been trimmed for at least a month. There was a thick layer of dirt on his skin. He looked like a tramp, but Jiang Pingji became vigilant the moment she saw him. Chapter 602. Because of hunger, the man's figure was quite thin, but from the exposed skin on his arms, it could be seen that he had been trained. The thick calluses on his right hand could also prove that he had practiced martial arts for a long time. The slightly deformed knuckles on his right hand showed that he had learned to read and write. Regardless of his level of education, he could at least be considered to be a master of both literature and martial arts. His feet were tied with worn-out straw sandals, and the clothes on his body could no longer be called clothes to protect him from the cold. At most, they were rags. Such a harsh living environment caused the man to have severe frostbite. Even looking at it would hurt, but the man reacted calmly. Either he was in so much pain that he couldn't feel it, or he was determined enough to endure it. The soldiers also said that he had a good table manners. How could a man who was so hungry that he fainted on the side of the road and was almost buried in the thick snow hold himself back when he saw hot food? Not only did the man hold himself back, but he also integrated his cultivation into his bones. Even though he had fallen to the lowest point of his life, he still maintained the little bit of self-esteem he had. Jiang Pingji glanced at the person's face. He was not the peaceful type. His facial features were a little aggressive. However, the vicissitudes of life had slightly smoothed out his arrogance. He had some indifference after experiencing vicissitudes of life, but his eyes were still filled with unyielding light. To use an analogy, the man was like a severely injured wolf. Even though he was about to die, he still aimed at the enemy's throat unwillingly. However, clothes make the man, and image was very important. No matter how rich and graceful the man was before the accident, now that he had not bathed for more than half a year, his image was still unsightly. She thought about it and already understood a lot. She wanted to investigate further, but the man had already thanked her in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. If Jiang Pingji hadn't sent someone to save him, his body would have been cold. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. I can see that you were probably born in a rich family before you fell." After that, she asked someone to bring a set of clean clothes for the man to keep warm. Due to the limited conditions, the clothes could not be brand new, but the clothes were clean and warm, and it was more suitable for the man's body. The man's eyes were a little gloomy and alienated. No matter how Jiang Pingji tried to get information out of him, he only answered the unimportant questions. To others, he did not reveal any important information, but to Pingji, she had already gathered enough information. Apart from her previous analysis, Jiang Pingji confirmed a few more key pieces of information based on her probing. This man was not a native of Dongqing. His hometown had been invaded by foreign tribes. He also mocked himself as a stray dog. The only place that met the criteria was Nanxing, which had already been conquered by the four factions of Nanman. The man's southern accent also proved this point. Jiang Pingji probed a few times and stopped. The man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the soldier had already found a set of clean clothes. Other than a set of inner clothes, there was also a set of warm woolen sweaters. Jiang Pingji said, "The people downstairs boiled some water. If you don't think it's troublesome, you can wash yourself with hot water first before changing your clothes. It'll be warmer this way. Now that the weather is so cold, I can see that you have severe frostbite. If you don't treat it carefully and recuperate, you will suffer in the future." Even though she appeared to be very harmless and warm, the man's guard did not drop. However, he was penniless and had fallen into such dire straits. He had lost his home and country. How could he be worth the schemes of this young noble? The man secretly mocked her in his heart and thanked Jiang Pingji for her kindness. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had washed himself. Not to mention bathing, even wiping himself with warm water had been a few months ago. The soldier boiled the snow water into hot water. The man carefully cleaned himself in an idle carriage. The soldier who changed the water for him could not help but be speechless. How much dirt did this man have on his body? He had stained the snow-white cloth into a grayish-black color. The basin of hot water had to be changed several times. When he changed it for the first time, the water was black. It was disgusting to look at. It gradually became clear after washing a few basins. "This is the ointment that the Lord ordered me to prepare for you. It's quite effective in treating frostbite." The winter in the north was very cold and long. Many people would develop frostbite. It was cold and painful. If they did not take good care of themselves and had to come back once a year, they would suffer for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the people in the north would prepare some ointment if they could afford it. "Thank you very much." At first, the man only wanted to wipe himself a little. However, he could not hold himself back once he started. He simply washed his long hair carefully. The soldier said, "You're lucky to have met my lord. If it had been someone else, I'm afraid they would have already met the king of hell." The man had a stiff smile on his face and did not say a word. Seeing that he did not respond, the soldier secretly muttered in his heart. He was a little unhappy. This person's reaction was too cold. He did not expect him to be deeply grateful, but he did not have to be so cold, right? He boiled several pots of hot water back and forth, all for his bath. One had to know that even his lord and a few masters were not so extravagant. At most, they would wipe for 2 days and wash for 5 days. This was also winter. If it had been summer, his body would have emitted a rotten smell. Feng Zhen pulled Wei Ci along to play chess in the carriage. He was a little curious when he heard the soldiers discussing in a low voice outside. Our Lord is a classic example of not waking up early if there are no benefits. If there are no benefits to be gained, why would the Lord be so kind? I'm curious. What's the background of that person? For the Lord to treat him so well, he must not be a small character. Although Feng Zhen spent most of his time fooling around, his mind was clear. He understood Jiang Pingji's routine. However, he could meet a big shot just by going out. Wasn't his luck a little too good? As he spoke, Feng Zhen put on a cloak to protect himself from the cold and wrapped himself tightly. Only then did he carefully get off the carriage. Wei Ci had no choice but to get off the carriage. Feng Zhen did not beat around the bush and directly asked about the man's identity. Jiang Pingji looked at Feng Zhen, who was confidently watching a good show. She then looked at Wei Ci, who was half a step behind Feng Zhen. She was amused. "Look at you guys. You don't look like you're here to watch a good show. You look more like close friends bringing people to catch adultery." Jiang Pingji teased. Feng Zhen was not ashamed, but Wei Ci's heart skipped a beat. She continued, "That person is a noble from Nanxing. I think his family background is not low." Nanxing. Fengzhen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Nanxing. Wasn't it gone a long time ago? How many years has it taken for Nanxing to go from a strong and prosperous country to a weak and destroyed country? He had courted death himself. Not only had the royal family been destroyed, he had also implicated thousands of innocent citizens of the Nanxing kingdom. Chapter 603. Fengzhen smiled and said, "From the looks of it, it might be a big fish that slipped through the net." According to Jiang Pingji's character, would she be so attentive if there was no profit to be gained? As it turned out, Jiang Pingji was really wrong this time. She didn't plan to scheme against that person, she just helped him out of curiosity. She understood the mockery in Fengzhen's words and said helplessly, "You are such a boring person. In your eyes, is your lord someone who pursues fame and fortune? You don't allow me to be kind and take the initiative to lend a helping hand to save these pitiful people? It's not all for the sake of profit." Fengzhen was afraid of the cold, so he wrapped his cloak tightly around his body. He shivered slightly as he breathed out white air, but his mouth refused to back down. "My lord has too many criminal records. I can't help but be suspicious." Wei Ci frowned. Since he's from Nanxing, why did he come to Dongqing and join the Red Lotus Group? No matter how much trouble the Red Lotus Group and the Tsing-Yi army caused in the north of Dongqing, in the eyes of many people, they were just a group of disorderly people. Moreover, the Red Lotus Group bewitched people everywhere and propagated evil cults and evil gods. The Tsing-Yi army was violent and unscrupulous. Everywhere they passed, they were like locusts passing through. It wasn't just the landowning gentry who looked down on them. Even the common people were more disdainful and cursing than praising when they mentioned the two rebel armies. Jiang Pingji shook her head and said, "Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe they want to borrow troops from Dongqing to recover Nanxing." It was also possible that he had fled here and could only conceal his identity and hide among the people. Now that Dongqing is in such a mess, it's a good time to fish in troubled waters. Her words made Wei Ci's heart tighten, and his face turned slightly pale. The Red Lotus Group of Dongqing, the descendants of Nanxing, borrowing troops to restore the country, fishing in troubled waters. These keywords gave him an ominous feeling. "What's wrong, Zixiao? You don't look very well." Jiang Pingji keenly noticed that Wei Ci's face had turned pale. His face had lost its color, and there was a tinge of paleness. She could not help but ask with concern, "The wind and snow outside are too strong. Go back to the carriage to avoid it." Wei Ci was in a daze for a moment. Hearing Jiang Pingji's words, he came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, "It's okay, it's an old problem." Of course, he couldn't go back now. He had to stay and see who that person was. Just as she was thinking, the man had finished washing up and put on the clean clothes that the soldiers had found for him. The man's stature was similar to that of a soldier, but his clothes were quite suitable for keeping warm and comfortable. However, the area of his frostbite was rather large, and the situation was rather serious. His body was slightly warm, and the area where the frostbite was located was extremely itchy, as if there were countless little worms wriggling and crawling, making people unable to resist scratching. The man restrained his impulse and maintained a natural expression. "My lord, I've brought him here." The soldier brought the man to Jiang Pingji. At that moment, Jiang Pingji was discussing the situation in Nanxing with Fengzhen and Wei Ci. Nanxing country was indeed destroyed. Not to mention the fact that the four factions of Nanman had broken through the borders of Nanxing and had gone straight to the Yellow Dragon, committing numerous crimes along the way. On the day the capital city was breached, the massacre order issued by the four factions of Nanman was enough to make people gnash their teeth in hatred. The scholars of the world were indignant. All the male members of the royal family were beheaded and hung at the top of the city walls. The female members of the royal family were used as camp prostitutes. The younger ones were 3 to 5 years old, and the older ones were 50 to 60 years old. Not a single one was spared. Some women could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide. There were even noble women who carried their young daughters to commit suicide. Rather than dragging out their feeble lives and being humiliated to death, it was better to be freed early and let their souls return to the netherworld. Apart from these unforgettable blood debts, the 4 factions of Nanman's behavior of using people as food for the army was even more disgusting. After the royal family of Nanqing was destroyed, the aristocratic families of Nanqing had no choice but to unite to resist the 4 factions of Nanman. As mentioned before, the aristocratic families were very powerful. They were so powerful that they could influence the court and control the succession of emperors. Why was Nanqing still destroyed despite being so powerful? One must know that the aristocratic families each had their own interests. There were also competitive and hostile relationships between them, and they kept each other in check. In the beginning, the aristocratic families of Nanqing did not care whether Nanqing was destroyed or not. There were 3 reasons. First, if the royal family of Nanqing was destroyed, they could elect a new ruler. They did not care at all who would be the emperor. Second, the aristocratic families were arrogant. Although they hated the 4 factions of Nanman, they did not take these barbaric clans seriously. Third, Nanqing courted disaster by recruiting all kinds of useless allies. They even tried to suppress the aristocratic families and hurt their own interests. Who knew that after Nanqing was destroyed, they did not gain any benefits? The 4 factions of Nanman were not reasonable at all. They did not care about the value of the aristocratic families. Were the aristocratic families rich? Kill and rob. The aristocratic families had women. Kill and rob. The aristocratic families had rations. Kill and rob. Ever since the 4 factions of Nanman destroyed Nanqing, they brutally slaughtered countless aristocratic families. The men were brutally killed, while the women were used to satisfy their desires and to carry on the family line. If there was not enough rations, they were cooked and eaten. It was only then that the aristocratic families of Nanqing came to their senses. They recruited soldiers and bought horses. They rose up and rebelled against the cruelty of the 4 factions of Nanman. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be many who fled to other countries to seek refuge. Jiang Pingji discussed this matter with Wei Xiai and Feng Zhen. She also looked down on the 4 factions of Nanman. Wei Xiai said, "My lord, you must not be careless." Jiang Pingji said, "I ridiculed the 4 factions of Nanman and looked down on them. I did not look down on their combat power. On the contrary, these barbarians were good at fighting. Nanqing's national strength declined and their policies were wrong. They died without complaint. In troubled times, it was a competition of who could fight and who could win. In this aspect, the 4 factions of Nanman were indeed stronger than Nanqing. But what about after winning? The 4 factions of Nanman were stupid. At most, they would flaunt their prowess in the Central Plains for a while. Do they want to establish a stable regime that would last for hundreds of generations? Dream on. Fighting a war was not difficult. What was difficult was rebuilding after the war. A race that only knows how to destroy but does not know how to preserve, create, and continue is destined to be unpresentable. Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "To put it bluntly, the wheel of fortune changes. Who can be sure that the people of Nanqing will not retaliate? According to the situation of the 4 factions of Nanman, they are not united internally. If they successfully retaliate, the only thing that awaits them is the annihilation of their race." Hearing this, Feng Zhen frowned and said, "Destroy the 4 factions of Nanman. According to the current situation of Nanqing, I think it is quite precarious. The people do not have a moment to rest and recuperate. The barbarians only need to raise their sword to kill, but the people need more than 10 years to give birth and raise their children. Before the Nanman tribe was annihilated, Nanxing would probably have been wiped out. Wei Xiai said, not necessarily. Ha! Feng Zhen was surprised. Why? Feng Zhen did not know, but Wei Xiai was clear that the Nanman tribe was indeed annihilated. How could he tell the truth? He could only play the role of a charlatan. The laws of nature are constant and orderly. Every drink and every peck, every cause and every effect, everything has its own destiny. The 4 factions of Nanman massacred no less than 300,000 people of Nanxing. Isn't it normal for the people of Nanxing to retaliate and destroy the barbarians? Wei Xiai spouted nonsense with a straight face. The corner of Feng Zhen's mouth twitched. He scolded jokingly, I'll be damned if I believe you. You can fool others with your lies, but do you think you can fool me? Wei Xiai smiled bitterly. The 4 factions of Nanman were indeed annihilated. There were a total of more than 638,000 people in the 4 factions. Regardless of whether they were men, women, the elderly, children, or babies waiting to be fed, almost no one survived. Chapter 604. My surname is In, and my first name is Chui. Although he was dressed in the uniform of a soldier, he still greeted her with grace. He was not impolite. I'm Lu Shi, Jiang Pingji replied, then asked, if I'm not wrong, brother-in is from the south. And Chui recalled Jiang Pingji's conversation with Wei Xiai and the others when he arrived. He had already given up trying to hide it. He said with a haggard expression, yes, from Nanxing. Although Chui had never heard of Lu Shi's name when he was in Nanxing, how could he not have heard of him after escaping to the north of Dongqing? He had thought that Lu Shi would be a rather steady man from the old city, but now that he looked at him, he saw that he was actually a high-spirited youth. Even though his face was handsome, there was still a hint of androgynous immaturity about him. Looking at himself, Chui could only sigh ruefully. Chui, Duishi. Chui meant sorrow. The elders had given Chui the nickname Duishi. It sounded tacky, but it was full of wishes. Unfortunately, Chui's life had completely changed since the day the 4 factions of Nanman attacked the capital. Wei Xiai sighed in his heart, it was indeed him. While Jiang Pingji and Chui were talking, Wei Xiai lowered his eyes without batting an eyelid. He secretly clenched his fists in his long sleeves, leaving behind a few white fingernail marks. Wei Xiai remembered that when he had met Chui in his last life, that person had still been a nameless nobody. In Chui's own words, he had toiled for more than 10 years. When would it end? The old country was no more, and his temples were covered in white. He had been running around, and before he knew it, he was already more than 40 years old. If there were no accidents, he would have lived more than half of his life, but he still wanted revenge on the 4 factions of Nanman. Chui and the 4 factions of Nanman did indeed have an unresolvable blood feud. Wei Xiai sat at the side with his eyes down, listening to their conversation. He was thinking about his own matters. After his rebirth, Wei Xiai had thought about his old master, but he knew that Chui was not a wise master for him. This person's desire for revenge was too strong. Especially after more than 10 years of wandering, his hatred for the 4 factions of Nanman had already penetrated deep into his bones. Revenge had already become his inner demon and obsession. Wei Xiai still remembered the scene when Chui gave the order to massacre the 4 factions of Nanman. As someone from the Central Plains, Wei Xiai did not have a good impression of the barbarians, but this did not mean that he could sit back and watch as Chui gave the order to massacre the entire tribe. However, one would know the outcome of Wei Xiai and Chui's dispute just by looking at the outcome. Wei Ci lost. 630,000 barbarian civilians, regardless of their age or gender, were all slaughtered. Several rivers in Nanjing were clogged, and the river water was completely dyed red. And Shui did not order the soldiers to stop. Wei Ci was well aware of what they had done before the massacre and what the barbarians had experienced. After this dispute, Wei Ci gradually drifted apart from him. What Wei Ci wanted was a wise ruler who could unify the 9 prefectures, a saint who could save the common people from disaster, not a butcher who was blinded by hatred for his country and had also committed numerous crimes. What was the difference between Enchui's final actions and the previous 4 factions of Nanman? Wei Ci acknowledged Enchui's accusation that he was soft-hearted and that it was easy for him to talk. After all, it was Enchui who had his country destroyed, his wife killed, and his children lost, not him. However, this was not an excuse for An to retaliate with the same reason. There were other ways to punish the 4 factions of Nanman, and revenge could still be taken. Why did Enchui choose the most brutal and despicable method? Wei Ci understood Enchui's desire for revenge, but he did not approve of Enchui's actions. Enchui had only raised his troops for revenge, and his vision was only for revenge. The fate of the common people had nothing to do with him. A person who gave up everything for revenge was not the wise ruler Wei Ci was looking for. People of different principles could not work together. Therefore, Wei Ci did not pay special attention to his old master after his rebirth. Fate made a fool of him. The 2 of them had met so many years earlier. Nanjing had only been destroyed for slightly more than a year, and Enchui had only been wandering for a few months after escaping from his country. His face was still considered young, and there was a lingering sense of authority between his brows. He could barely maintain what little pride he had left, completely unlike him a decade later. At that time, although he was in his 40s, his hair and beard were all white, his face weathered, and his shoulders were hunched. He looked like a man in his 70s, but his eyes still had an unyielding sharpness. Feng Zhen noticed Wei Ci's strangeness and secretly tugged at his sleeve. "Why are you daydreaming?" Wei Ci lowered his eyes and said, "It's probably because I didn't sleep well last night and am feeling sleepy." Feng Zhen cleverly followed up on his words. "If you're not feeling well, go back to the carriage and rest." A sickly person should have the self-awareness of a sickly person. If he was not feeling well, he should go and rest. His health was his capital to cause trouble. Their voices startled Jiang Pingji and Enchui. Enchui looked in the direction of the voice and was shocked by Wei Ci's appearance and bearing. Now that Enchui had not experienced more than a decade of wandering, Wei Ci's appearance was quite in line with his taste. Jiang Pingji also said, "If you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. We'll talk after you've rested." Wei Ci did not insist. He got up and left. Feng Zhen's eyes flashed. He bowed and bade farewell, quickly catching up to Wei Ci's footsteps. "Why did you follow me?" Wei Ci wanted to be alone for a while. The thick-skinned Feng Zhen climbed into the carriage with him. "You know this Enchui," Feng Zhen said confidently. "What's his background?" "Judging from his physiognomy, he's not an easy person to get along with." Wei Ci did not deny it. Instead, he said, "Enchui is from Zhe County in the Jiang province of Nanjing country. His father, grandfather, and great-grandfather have all been high-ranking officials for 3 consecutive generations. They can be considered a new aristocratic family in Nanjing country. Enchui himself is also very famous in Nanjing country. His mother was the younger sister of the Nanjing king, and he also had some relations with the Nanjing king's royal family. The day Nanjing was destroyed, and Gui's entire family." Feng Zhen did not find it strange that Wei Ci knew so much. This fellow had always been well informed. Only Enchui managed to escape. Wei Ci nodded. Yes. Enchui should be 27 or 28 years old now. He was at the peak of his life. If the southern barbarians had not invaded, he would have been the winner in life. Unfortunately, Enchui's parents died tragically, his wife couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide, and his daughter and son died without a complete corpse. Only he was left to drag out an ignoble existence. Putting himself in Enchui's shoes, Wei Ci could understand why Enchui hated the southern barbarians so much. Understanding didn't mean he agreed. If Enchui was just a commoner, Wei Ci would praise him for being a man if he made his enemies pay with blood. But Enchui was one of the feudal lords who fought for supremacy in the world. Because of his hatred, he ignored reason and ordered the slaughter of the entire southern barbarians tribe. How could such a person be the ruler of the world? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler, how long could this country last? Fengzhen said sympathetically, he's quite pitiful. I'm afraid he would hate those barbarians to death. Wei Ci said, not just that, perhaps he could have used his own abilities to fight his way back to Nanxing. Fengzhen thought of the flame pattern on Enchui's arm and seemed to understand something. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.